Good evening. Thank you all for coming. Roll call, please.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Mrs. Balomo?
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Lalansky?
Here.
Mrs. McCormack?
Here.
Mr. Petruno? Mrs. Seward? Dr. Miskowitz?
Here.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Here. I'll draw your attention to Sunshine Law, statement of videotaping a public portion of Board of Education meetings, public comments statement, and no smoking or vaping on school grounds. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Student recognition.
Thank you. This month's student recognition involves Marlboro Elementary School and their Climate and Culture Committee. Marlboro Elementary School's Climate and Culture Committee is made up of a faculty and staff that generate ideas, develop plans to enhance the climate and culture of the school community. The Marlboro Elementary School Student Council collaborates with this committee, bringing all of these projects to life. A video will be presented this evening of our students sharing how these projects have impacted their time at Marl, and I know we have some students out there. We also have some staff, including Principal Schatz. Mr. Schatz, do you want to come up? And also Vice Principal, Ms. York. Ms. York, it looks like you're the spokesperson. Okay, do you want to come up to the microphone so we can hear you? Of course. Students, come on up.
Well done, well done. Good evening. My name is Miss York. I'm the Vice Principal of Marl Elementary. And I do have Mr. Schatz, the principal, back here with me, along with Mrs. Lewenthal, who is actually the lead on our Climate and Culture Committee. The students here in front of me is only part of our student council who were able to make it today. The entire student council, as Mr. Ballone said, collaborates with the committee to kind of bring everything to life. And the video is just a small clip of what they do. We were limited to 2 minutes, so we did as much as we could in those 2 minutes. So I want to just share some of the other things that they have accomplished over the last year. These students, along with the entire student council, has participated in a student bathroom beautification, which really does make it a much better place to visit. Monthly classroom character projects, such as Proud to Be and Kindness Hearts, showcase in our school-wide tree of character. Our character pillar quotes, which are posters that the students actually designed on their own, connected to the characters, and then displayed them throughout our school. These students also bring the district initiatives to life, such as the Walk for Change, which is happening soon in June, and our Buy a Brick program. Before we get to the video, I would like to introduce our student council. We have Lance Drell. They're so nervous. Madison Fabella. Demetrius Hanna, who is not able to make it tonight. Travis Levin. Kaylin Eng. Juliet Scarpetti is also not able to be here. Francesca Walters, not able to be here. And Yonatan Zugari. We practiced those names. So let me just direct your attention to the video.
So, Lance, what was your favorite thing about Mustang meetups? I like taking a leadership role, and I like announcing the really fun projects that we start or events. How do you like being on METV, and what types of special segments have you recorded?
I like being on METV because it gives me a chance to talk to the whole school, and I've recorded stuff for the food drive.
The responsibility log is where you put down the things that you did at home or in school, and we made an example about what we're supposed to do, like
I was responsible by cleaning my brother's room for him. The American Heart Association is where you donate money to kids who need help with their hearts.
I enjoyed the most about it was we were able to help people with special hearts, and there were special programs like moving more and being kind to our moms. During the Kids Heart Challenge, we'd have weekly challenges like being kind to others or being outside and doing exercise and moving more to promote our hearts. The thing I loved about the food drive the most is that people who needed food got it from the donations we made.
I like the warm and fuzzies because whenever I see the kids in the classrooms happy, it makes me happy and is really fun to do.
Thank you so much. The kids did great, by the way. I know it's very nerve-wracking to be up here. You did a really nice job, so thank you for being here. Student impact?
Student impact for this month revolves around Marlboro Middle School. This year, Marlboro Middle School formed a new club called the Healthy Futures Club. Students participating in this extracurricular club have engaged in various activities throughout the academic year, including the first ever community-wide blood drive on April 10th, 2024. In preparation of the event, students learned facts about the importance of blood donors and blood drives and prepared information to share with the school and the community. The club partnered with local businesses to collect gift card donations to be used as raffle prizes for blood donors the day of the blood drive. Although the students are too young to donate blood, they researched, organized, and communicated the event from start to finish to the school and to the community. The Healthy Futures Club blood drive collected a total of 50 units and 5 double red cells, making a total of 60 units. Each unit of blood can be used to save up to 3 lives. So the first Healthy Futures blood drive was a success and will save up to 180 lives. And here's a quick video for us to see.
Awesome. Artwork on display?
The artwork displayed is from Mrs. Farrington's art classes at Marlboro Middle School. Both 7th grade creative arts students as well as 8th grade general art students studied portraiture during the 2nd semester. The work displayed shows the many ways we can artistically create portraits. 7th grade creative arts classes studied classic portraiture from the Renaissance, as well as contemporary artists such as Chuck Close and Kehinde Wiley in their explorations. Next, they learn ways to accurately draw facial features. To create the pieces on display, students chose an artist or style studied as inspiration. Their artwork shows the culmination of their efforts. 8th grade general art students, on the other hand, learn how to create a digital portrait using Google Drawing. They chose a celebrity they admired and crafted their portrait using digital tools. Through this unit, they truly mastered the digital tools available to them through Google Drawing.
Thank you. Announcements?
Can I do mine first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I do have an announcement here that is not on the agenda, but wanted to provide a little context to the slideshow or visual that you saw on your entrance into the board meeting this evening. That was a mural painted by one of our art teachers, Mr. Di Maria. He actually is an art teacher at Defino, but was asked to create a mural at Robertsville. The mural, titled "The Future of Our World is in Our School," is an acrylic painting that covers over 316 square feet in the Robertsville Elementary School cafeteria. The presentation of that mural was this afternoon, and I asked Mr. Di Maria, how long did that take you? 80 days. And I forget the number of hundreds of hours. I think it was 480 hours. So obviously he didn't, stay there for 80 full days. But it was just magnificent to see. If you get a chance to see it, please check it out. It was created at the behest of the school district, and its ideation process was almost immediate. After meeting with the building principal, Mrs. Green, and the vice principal, Mrs. Georges, the decision was made to create a mural based on the future of our students. The painting consists of the school mascot, which is the Roadrunner, depicted in various vocations throughout the mural. The cafeteria tables were painted in forced perspective to make it appear that the cafeteria kept going into the wall, and the side cinder blocks were painted as if they were broken open to allow room expansion, as the lower ceiling and crowded cafeteria made for a closed space. Inside the mural are various nods to Robertsville and Marlboro's past, as well as names Mr. Di Maria added to honor or thank various individuals. Lastly, there's a Google slide that accompanies the mural so that students can see all areas of the mural, learn more about the vocations through various links, find facts about Robertsville, and to highlight staff who have graduated from Marlboro's own elementary schools. I personally would like to thank Mr. Di Maria for the hard work that he did there, and it is exceptionally well done. And the other really interesting piece are all of the little nuggets that you can find if you actually spend the time to look. There are so many hidden gems on there. It's truly remarkable, so thank you.
I know he's super talented. I saw what he did at Defino when I took a tour. It was amazing. Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, he's actually my daughter's favorite teacher. Well, one of them at Defino, so.
Very cool. Just a question. I only got to see it briefly when we walked in. Is it posted on the MTPS website or somewhere where everybody can see it that wasn't here?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will find out.
Okay. Just to share his talents with everybody else.
I know the Robertsville school has it, but I can find out for you.
Can I just say, as a Robertsville mom, how grateful I am that my son gets to eat lunch in that lunchroom every day and see the mural. It's beautiful. It's touching. It's just, I'm so grateful. We're lucky to have him.
Absolutely. Okay. Anything else? Did you want to cover, Michael? No? Okay. Under announcements, go ahead. Did you want to say something, Vinny? No, you go. Oh. We're just going to cover now the YMCA introduction. So we have a presentation here. If you can just introduce yourself and everything that you're going to talk about tonight.
Absolutely. Do I get a clicker, or you're going to go on to the next? Sure, no problem. Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, family members. Thank you for having us tonight, the YMCA of Greater Monmouth County. As we say on our slide presentation, we are here for all. If you're not familiar with the YMCA, that is our mission, and we are here for all, and we're excited to talk about our before and after school program and answer any questions you may have. My name is Stacy LaStella. You can go on to the next one. I have been with the YMCA 29 years, running preschool programs, school-age programs. I was in HR for a little bit. Thank you. And again, I have been running preschool, school-age programs for over 30 years, and with the YMCA 29 years. And as the Vice President of Child Achievement, I oversee our entire branch, which is about 300 staff, and all of our school-age and preschool and camp programs that we have throughout Monmouth County. Currently, all of our after-school sites are licensed. Again, we've been doing this for over 30 years in Monmouth County. We partner with 15 different school districts throughout the county, and right now we are serving over 2,200 kids a day. Our before and after school programs follow a curriculum, a daily schedule which includes homework assistance, snack time. We've implemented in our curriculum social emotional learning, STEAM activities, as well as making sure they have time for exercise, outdoor play, indoor exercise after being in school all day. In spirit of inclusion, that is one of our YMCA core values that we've added besides caring, honesty, respect, and responsibility. We have added inclusion. And therefore, I have hired a full-time behavior specialist that has worked for me over a year now, and several inclusion aides that report to her and my directors. And we support all of the school-age staff at all of these 15 sites, because we know that there are additional needs in our programs, and that is why we want to be more inclusive. She provides tools, resources, training, things like calming kits, sensory kits, and any other tools that need to be with those students that need that extra support, and make sure that they are completely successful in our before and after school programs. We also partner with BCBAs through the Partnership of Positive Pathways. Just some of our key priorities. Obviously, safety is a priority, as I know it is yours as well. All of our staff are background checked, fingerprinted, and have to go through 3 interviews before they are hired, and 3 references. They are required to participate in a minimum of 25 hours of training, which includes obviously our policies, our procedures, child abuse prevention, appropriate supervision, how to speak with parents, any type of communication, and behavior management with our BCBA therapists. Our YMCA leadership team conducts documented safety checks. What that means is we have an app on our phones. We go out to all the sites. Sometimes they're announced and sometimes they're unannounced visits to perform quality quick checks. Our YMCA provides each site with a cell phone for emergencies. They have iPads that are used to track attendance at all times, so they have a live roster, checking kids in, checking kids out. And on the iPads and the program that we use, the platform that we use, they have pictures of not only the kids, but the parents and the family members and any other authorized pickup. So no one is allowed to come in the building to pick up their child unless their photo is documented on that iPad. A little bit about the transition plan. I know that you have had another organization and company with you, but we want to assure you that it will be an extremely smooth transition. In my 29 years, this is not the first time that we've had to do this, and I have a very strong leadership team that works with me, and I have a supervisor who is our CEO that supports me. We will set up dates and times to visit all sites, so we will be planning on doing this between now and the last day of school. I will ask all of your staff or the staff at the former company to apply online. It will only be open to them because they have first right of refusal. They can apply online, and we will be setting up interviews before we put it out to the entire public. We also, because they are state licensed, you must change over the sponsorships. I have to review all of their reports from the last year, the last school year. And see if there's any things that need to be updated, any citations that need to be corrected before the new school year, and we will assure that that will get done. And then we will provide staff development and training. As I said, we do that 25 hours during the last week of August when all of our other camps and programs are shut down. It gives us plenty of time to get that done. Registration, because we were just being awarded the contract, registration will open up June 1st. We want to get all of that information put into our system. It is an online registration for families. They will go online and they will select Marlboro School District. All of the documents are completed online as well. Before starting the program, they have to be complete, uploading the pictures of the student, uploading the pictures of the trusted contacts, and along with any medical care plans, special care plans for any special needs a student might have. We will then take time to set up the sites the last week of August, and parent handbooks will be available. So if any parents have questions at any time, there are parent handbooks set up online, and we can give out hard copies at the site if they don't have access to that. Is there any questions from the board at this time? Or superintendent? I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, first I just want to thank you for coming out and putting the presentation together. I think just some things, and I don't know if you're going to cover that today, or cost, right? So I think some families will be interested in what the cost will be, if you can kind of share that.
So we are directly in the middle of budget season, and the budget has not been approved yet. So we have not posted that. They are telling me my rate should be posted by next week. So we are looking to get that set up and have that posted by next week. However, we are comparable with the former company, as you saw in your RFP in the proposal.
Sorry, turn my mic off.
That's okay.
Just another question. I know when we met with you and other vendors, we saw some prices that we kind of reviewed. Will it be far off then from what we saw?
Not far off, and there is the flexibility. I know that that was some of the questions that were brought up, and I'm sure parents have that question. There is the flexibility of the drop-in option as well, and the flexibility of changing schedules. So once you are registered, we just simply say, for safety purposes, since that comes first, to let us know a week in advance what your schedule is going to, if you need to change your schedule. And that's for staffing purposes, to stay within ratio for licensing.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Very
and just
flexible.
so thank you. And just so the families that are either watching or will watch later in the replay
Absolutely.
or sitting here, just a couple of things about logistics, right? So if you can go over timing for them, the option that you just said that they can drop in, if you can just kind of share that, because we do have viewers that are watching as well.
Sure, absolutely. For the drop-in, there is a drop-in fee, but we want to assure that you are registered as an active participant, because we need to have all that medical information, the safety information, the security of who's on pickup, drop-off, et cetera. So we will need that information ahead of time as a registered participant in order for you to participate in the drop-in fee schedule. And I did not mention, also, I know it's in the RFP, but for anybody listening, along with that rate, and you'll see that also on the website when they go on to register, additional information, along with your rate, and anybody who participates in our YMCA program, in the before and after school program, it doesn't matter how many days you attend, you are also a YMCA member. So each student that participates in our program is given a YMCA youth membership to participate in any of our YMCA additional programs and branches throughout Monmouth County.
Vinny, I'm confused, because we saw rates, and we know why we picked them, because they were substantially less than what people are paying now, correct?
Yeah, I have it right in front of me, the revised monthly rates that you had sent to me.
Yep, that's
And that's
correct.
what I shared with the board.
Thank you.
Right, but
That
I
is,
want to
then those are correct.
I want to make it clear, they're substantially cheaper than what was last year's rates.
Yes, it comes out to what we're paying, it comes out to what's being paid now. It comes out cheaper now.
Yeah.
So I was only providing you what the rates that was provided to me by the YMCA.
And those are the rates, though.
Yeah, just to be clear,
Yes.
though.
Yes, they are not changing for what you approved.
Okay. I just want to put that down, because when we saw the race,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
So I know that you're in the middle of budget season, and I respect that, because we are too. I just want to make sure that what we saw and what we all thought we agreed to is
That's
what
not
the rate
changing.
is
That is
going to be.
correct. Yes.
Thank you. Did you? Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Aldo.
Yeah, I thank you for clearing that up, because I was a little confused at that myself. Also, when you speak of the curriculum, I just want to be sure, like, this is before and after care assistance with homework and things like that, but you say curriculum and, other things. There's not going to be any type of, like, the YMCA doesn't come in and, like, implement counseling or anything like that. Like, there's not, I just want to be sure.
And thank you for asking that. So for clarification, it's a curriculum that supports the school. So if there is homework assistance and they need homework assistance, there are activities that would encourage the children to just work on their skills. So it could be arts and crafts activities, science activities, any type of STEAM activities where they're building things. So there's activities for them to do so that it's more organized activities. Same thing with physical fitness. It's not like their gym class, but there is physical activities. It's not going to be, it's going to be an organized activity.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good question, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just the ratio per.
Yep. So for state licensing, it's 1 to 15. However, we strive 1 to 12 at the YMCA. And if there are preschoolers that are implemented in the program, that goes down to 1 to 8. So depending on the size of that group, they would be divided into 2 groups. So if there was a large group of preschoolers, we would have 2 staff working with the preschool group. And that's another reason why I want to visit the sites, just to see how the setup is. It's easier when I see each school.
Can you explain a little bit more about the BCBA and the partnership there?
So we have the partnership with Positive Pathways, who comes in during our training in August to provide the tools and the resources that our staff need, whether it's on triggers, what triggers a child, how to identify a trigger in a child. Transitions are often difficult for students coming from maybe a self-contained classroom into a cafeteria where a lot of the programs are held, or a large gym. It's noisier, there's mixed ages, there's mixed groups. How to help that child transition and make them successful going from a long school day into a self-contained classroom with maybe a 1 to 3 ratio, or having a paraprofessional working with them, coming into a larger group. So that is why if our BCBAs come out to visit the sites and they see the environment needs to be set up a little bit different for those students who need to be a little bit more supportive, they'll give us the tools and the resources. They might talk to my staff about how they should design the environment to keep everyone safe, and identify what they need to, how they need to work with that child or children.
Thank you. We have this information, but I wanted you to repeat it for a lot of the parent viewers, so thank you.
Thank you.
Summer camp, so is the YMCA going to be able to set up for July 1st for summer camp that we offer families in Marlboro?
For next July 1st?
For this upcoming summer?
For this July 1st. We were not informed that we were going to do
Okay.
it this year, so we can talk about that.
Okay.
And we also have our summer camp programs within a couple miles from here, so we can talk about
Okay.
that situation. Yeah.
So that might be a discussion with the board to develop an alternative plan, because we don't want to leave families without summer camp for this summer.
Definitely. We can discuss that, yes.
Any other questions? Do you have any questions
Great
for us?
questions. No. I want to say thank you to the board, thank you to the community for your support. And again, I talked about it earlier, we are here for all. It's not just for the children, but we are a community-based organization that is here for children and the families that we serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I, Vinny, if you can just like pull all the information for the summer camps for us. I think we have a meeting next week, if I'm not mistaken. Just like, enrollment and what it can, just so that we can see, if either the YMCA or if not, we can try and get something else in place so that there is no gap with that part of the transition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. School bus driver and building maintenance personnel motor vehicle abstracts.
Sure, all abstracts are run and all have privileges and good standing.
Thank you. Public comments?
I have none on my list. Would anybody like to speak? Mr. Cohen?
Good evening. I did sign the list. I guess you just didn't get it. That's okay. Brian Cohen, Marlboro. Good evening. Today I'm addressing a critical issue, the future of our children's educational success here in Marlboro Township. Recent state reports show a concerning decline in student progress. It's time for this board to prioritize academic success, realign its focus away from politicized debates, and focus on what truly matters, our children's academic and personal growth. Our town and district, once a desirable place to live, and like me and many other people, to move to because of its strong public schools, now has an upward battle if it continues to ignore the importance of educational excellence. It is essential that you place restoring our schools to its desired and preferred state and concentrate on academic recovery over other agendas. Ms. Mendez, Mr. Ballone, this community looks to you for leadership. Recent test scores, particularly the worrying downward trends in 8th grade, demand a thorough review and a targeted action. You must prepare our kids, our students, your students, for the academic challenges that they have ahead of him, ensuring that they're not only ready for high school, but they're also ready to excel in college and beyond. And that's not just meeting standards, that's exceeding them. And from what our scores and trends look like, and I looked at those reports, that's not happening. If you are committed to transparency, then present at future board meeting the trends in this district for math and ELA. Show how this district compares to the other 45 districts in this county and to the higher performing districts around the state. Highlight what segments of our school population are excelling and which ones aren't. And tell us, how are we doing in meeting not only the minimum federal and state standards, but exceeding them. And finally, tell us what you're going to do to reverse this trend. Marlboro needs to be in the top 10%, not the middle or bottom 50. The time for discussion has ended. Immediate action is required. We need a plan that elevates our academic standards. It's time to bring in the qualified and experienced experts to help make this happen. Set a new standard of excellence for our school and meet them. The Marlboro kids and the ones to come cannot wait any longer for this topic to be explored or for you to make decisions. We need education over litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody else? Okay, motion to close public comments. Second. Aditi, any discussion? Okay, public comments closed. Communications?
I have none.
Okay, HIB?
HIB report from the period April 12th, 2024 through April 25th, 2024. There were no incidents reported.
Meeting dates, upcoming meetings are Tuesday, May 7th is a special meeting, and Tuesday, May 21st is a regular meeting. Ashley, approval of minutes resolution?
The superintendent of schools submits the following. 1, approval of minutes. I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Miskowitz? Any discussion? Roll call. Oh, go ahead. Just turn your mic on, Dr. Miskowitz.
Sorry. At that meeting,
Which one are you referring to?
I'm talking about the February.
The February 6th workshop?
Yes. And Mr. Marone, is that his name?
I don't, maybe.
Yeah.
That is
Rob-
a person in
Rob,
town.
Yeah, okay. Said Mr. Zittimer replied that he could provide Mr. Marone with citations on it from counsel who did not, who did nonprofit work at his firm. This was in regards to the MEF. And I just wondered if Mr. Marone ever got the notification, the citations. Is anybody aware of it?
I'm not aware of that. I mean, we can reach out.
I don't know if he's here, I don't know,
I don't see him in the audience.
Okay.
Is that a takeaway, though? You'd like us to ask Mr. Marone if he received
Yeah,
it from
yes,
Mr. Zedimer?
please, yeah.
Okay.
Please, I think that's important for us, too.
Okay, so I'll see whatever transpired with that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Lolansky?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Secretary Business Administrator's report?
Yep. So this is the submission for the month of March 2024.
Thank you. Board Secretary's monthly certification? Good? That's
Yep.
everything? Okay.
Yep, that's everything.
And then payroll as well?
Yep. Submission for March 2024 for
Gotcha.
payroll certification.
Thank you. Okay, committee reports, curriculum. Dr. Miskowitz?
We did have our curriculum meeting recently, and we were discussing things that you, Mr. Cohen, were just pointing out, because I too noticed the decline. And we are going to be working along, we're not, at our curriculum meetings from now on, we're going to be having the supervisors come in to each of the meetings so we can discuss what's going on. And I appreciate your support in that end, because that's why I ran for the board, to get these scores up and to keep them up. And I agree with you 100%. We can't be just meeting standards. That's great, but not for Marlboro. And that's my goal, is to get us back where we should be. So thank you very much. And so at the meeting, we did we went through parts of the state report that was just recently published. That I'm pretty sure that's what you were referencing. And we're going to continue working on that. Pretty soon we're going to be getting the teachers will be going over writing the curriculum over the summer, and then we will be reviewing it. So we'll be taking a closer look, and hopefully we'll be able to make sure that, I've been told by Mrs. Gross that the standards are that we are aligned to the standards. So we just have to make sure that everything is in sync with not just the curriculum guides, but that the teachers are aware of the new various standards and the various things that are changing within the curriculum. So thank you so much for pointing that out. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you to the curriculum committee. Safety and security?
I can report out on safety and security. We met on April 25th, 2024, so just not too long ago. We talked about several things. Staff training, to highlight touch points for our staff, we have staff sign off on policies. We also have them sign off on our employee guidebook, which includes policies and procedures. We also train our staff on an annual basis at the beginning of each year. Our takeaway from that was to, over the course of the year, pull out the big ticket items or hot topic items that we've been dealing with recently and bring those to the staff more often throughout the year while we are completing our mandated trainings through the state. We are going to have multiple touch points for big ticket items related to policy and security for staff training. So we will do that in a combination of ways. Principals put out a weekly bulletin to their staff. We also have district pro days, and we're going to make those more prevalent. While we are checking the box for compliance, we want to be above compliance and make sure our staff members see that training on a regular basis. I would like to publicly thank the Marlboro Township Police Department for their partnership. Every single police officer from Chief Pizzullo to anyone I dealt with over the course of the last few weeks, picked up my phone call every time, communicated with me on a regular basis, which enabled us to maintain the safety and security of our schools. So thank you, Marlboro Police. Thank you, Mayor Hornick. Also worked very closely with him. So we really do appreciate and value your partnership. So we did talk about some specific things related to the events, but it really circled around the police presence.
Anything
Do you
else?
have a question? I do. I have
Oh,
a
go
few
ahead.
other things.
Yeah.
We did also discuss on the agenda tonight, there's a security firm, Arrow Security LLC. I know, Mr. Caravello, you probably have a lot more information, but I know they're an ESCNJ affiliated. The goal in using this security firm is to have more security personnel at our disposal. So when we run into situations, currently I'll use security monitors as an example. When we have an absence, it's challenging to find substitutes, so this will enable us to have an easier time in doing that. So they are on the agenda for this evening. And we also, I'm not quite sure where this came from, Mr. Lolansky, maybe you know, but there was it may have come from a board member, tracking and reporting of school threats, almost, I guess, like a dashboard or what that might look like. The committee did not feel at this point in time that we need to spend money on a third-party vendor to track and report school threats. As you know, we take them seriously, and we have processes in place which were tested, and again, our partnership with the police department, administration, and our staff, we did a pretty good job. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
I just want to add to that also regarding the security firm. So in no way, shape, or form is this taking over what we have in place now with our security monitors. This is just another layer of security for us to have in essentially our back pocket when it comes to, filling long-term replacements or finding a sub or finding security for an extracurricular event that may be needed that may not be able to be covered in time. So it's just another layer. We did meet with them on 4/24 to go over with them. We met with all of them virtually just to basically get a lay of the land of how the company worked, how it operated, what the vetting procedures were. They do offer unarmed and armed. We were really only looking at the unarmed to continue with some of the protocols we have in place. I just don't want to go into too much detail, but basically we liked what we heard, and we just felt that we brought it to the security committee and just to bring it to the board for approval, just to see how this would go for the remainder of the school year. And then if we do like the service that's being provided through them, we would renew them for the 24-25 school year. We did vet them as far as reference check with the other school districts they're in, so we did call them just to see how the company was working for them as well before we brought it to the agenda.
Just wanted to add, Vinny, that one of the big reasons was because we really updated our building use policy now that if 2 or 3 groups are using our buildings, there is no way we can cover the amount of security they would need. We're making them more secure. So we had to go out and find a way to find someone in the need for especially those events. And of course, when someone calls out sick, there's another event that we need coverage for. But just our building school policy, our use policy alone, requiring more security in our buildings is putting a major need.
Correct, and we're going to share this contact information out with the groups that utilize our building that will need to contact them in the event that they need coverage for an event.
So, well, first off, let me just start by saying I truly appreciate everything the police did the last couple of weeks with everything that has gone on. So I appreciate that sentiment, and I agree with it. But as far as the security now, this is going to be, so this is in no way replacing what we currently have. It's just going to be filling any gaps that we may have with additional staffing that we would need because of the building use or whatever, you know, if we have any shortages whatsoever in security.
Yes, both building use for outside groups, or let's say at one of our schools, we have someone who calls out, or just to fill in. But yes, it is not replacing what we currently have in place.
Okay. And then how does that work in terms of, Vinny, you had mentioned, you know, if groups need to have their contact information, are they contacting Arrow Security themselves, or are they contacting you and you're the liaison between the two? How does that work?
Mainly, it's really going to see how the contract is going to be set up with us.
I think in the policy that we had just revised for building security, I think it was like 7440, don't quote me on the number, somewhere in that realm. We had just stated, though, that the group would fill out the building use form, submit it right to your office, and then security at the time, whomever it was going to get back to that organization or whomever and tell them how many they need and get that in place,
Correct,
right?
yeah. So we would almost serve as a liaison for that if it's not directly for us. So if it's for like a building needing to be covered long-term as a replacement, we would directly contact them and say, hey, we have a 2-month gap where we're going to need a security monitor until we can fill it.
Yeah.
And they'll provide it. But for the events, it's really going to be a liaison where the group is going to contact them, but also at the same time, we're going to be involved because we're going to be approving the facility use form. So we're going to be checking to make sure that you have the coverage set up.
That's exactly what I was trying to figure. I just want to make sure, you know, if it's deemed that, you know, let's say 2 security guards are needed, I just want to make sure that we do have like a checks and balances in place that 2.
Yeah, and then if the groups do have trouble guaranteeing it, we can always assist them in providing it or contacting them for them, just to make the process more seamless.
And just for anyone that's not familiar with it, can you just give a brief rundown on how like the co-op with the SCNJ works? Because I know it's listed, you know, on the agenda as the company's part of the co-op, but
yeah. So we go through purchasing agreements with ESC&J and MOESC, cooperative purchasing or state contracts. Cooperative purchasing is really where ESC&J has done the public procurement for all the school districts that participate. So what happens is they go through the procurement process for the districts that participate. They post the results on the website, and that now becomes the approved vendor in which you can use under that category. So we would really not have to go out to RFP or go out to bid or go out to any of those things, because it's that's a service you pay for with them. It's already been done for you. And then we go through and look at the list of vendors that are approved to use. And this was really the only one for security that received that award.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just going back to policy, when we were writing the security policy, when we had spoken, it was going to be that on your building use form, you requested an amount of hours for your event, and then you were going to come back with a rate prior to the event. So is that the process that, you know, other organizations can utilize, or is there going to be a different process, or what is?
Well, I know we approve a facility use fee schedule, I think around in June, where I'll have all the new rates. Once we calculate like how costs have gone up, if hourly rates have gone up, we really just modify it to include those costs to cover anything. These are actually set rates. I believe the rate for this is $31.92 if we needed to go through them. That is their rate that's on the ESC&J co-op.
But it's going to be the same rate regardless of security available. It's in-house or then for the outside organization.
Yeah, whether it's the Girl Scouts or somebody outside of or internally, right? The PTA.
Well, if you go through the this service, it's $31.92. So any group that uses this service will pay the same rate. It won't be different.
I think am I mistaken? I think the question though is the rate different between in-house security and
yeah.
Oh, is that what you're meaning?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it will be different if they cannot cover.
What's the
what is the difference?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. What's the difference?
I actually have that. So the beginning hourly rate for a security monitor is $20.34, and then the Arrow security one is $31.92.
So then, I'm just thinking back to the policy. So we had stated in there that if I had an outside let's just say I was hosting a dance, whether it was through Robertsville or wherever, we said that they're going to fill out the building use form with the approximate number, and then somebody was going to get back to them with how much security they needed. So if hypothetically they said we're going to have 300 children, then we weren't making it like a blanket statement. Somebody was going to get back to them from security or somewhere and tell them, okay, for that number, you're going to need X number of people, right? And then you'll build that into the cost of admission. I know we discussed in the meeting. So I'm just curious then, just so I know, because then we'd have to look at the policy again.
I think the rate is set right now at $25 an hour for in-house, because it covers working an extracurricular event, plus all the associated costs associated with the hourly rate. But the only way you could do that is you can make the standard rate up to this.
Okay.
And then you could reimburse the group back if you really needed to.
Okay.
But all we were doing was finding a service
Right.
that was going to be in line with our policies.
Yeah, no,
now.
I understand that, right? Because we needed the additional support of security because we didn't have enough. So we had talked about.
It's always going to go to the security monitor in-house first to cover the event. And if they cannot, it's going to go to this to be in accordance with the policy.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The intent was always give our guys the first right of refusal to
Always.
make jobs. And then if we couldn't cover it, to send the outside organization or inside, whoever needed it, to the other.
I think
Okay.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Danielle's saying though is, if different organizations are signing up, some are gonna have in-house, some are not, so they're gonna be paying different rates. It'll probably be easier if we just standardize the cost going forward, so everyone is paying the same.
Yeah, you can standardize it up to not to exceed what you know this would cost.
Right, that's what we had discussed in policy, so that it was, you just request security on your building use form, and you would come back with a rate just like busing and transportation.
Right.
Yeah, it would just be fixed, but it would be
fixed,
enough to
exactly.
cover everything.
Exactly.
But the way it works is your security monitor of your building gets right of refusal for that event. If not, they need to find coverage with a security monitor in district, and if they cannot find coverage, now this is going to be the next
Right.
layer to go to.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions on safety and security? Okay. Special education?
We did meet, but I did not print out my notes to be like Jay Gundo, and if I read it off my phone, it would not be accurate. So I'll report on it next month, at the next meeting.
Okay.
Because if I have to read it, it won't.
Okay, I
read
understand.
well.
Okay,
Thank you.
understood. Okay. Financial and business operations matters. Danielle?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report. 6, home instruction. 7, out-of-district placement for the 2023-2024 school year. 8, amended resolution, approval of agreement for the provision of LDTC services. 9, approval of agreement for a firewall. 10, submission of safety grant. 11, approval of 2024 school year non-public technology services agreement with Monmouth Ocean Educational Services Commission. 12, ESCNJ contract purchase Arrow Security for security guard services for the 2023-2024 school year. 13, before and after school care program agreement for the 2024-2025 school year. 14, award of bid 2024 generator replacement at the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. 15, state contract purchases. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ashley? Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Personnel matters, Chad? I'm sorry, what?
So before it is read,
I'm
I
sorry.
believe number 7 is being pulled from the agenda tonight. Yes, number 7, substitute teacher, is being pulled, so you do not have to read that one.
Okay. So Chad, personnel matters, you're gonna not read number 7. That one's being pulled. Yeah.
No, you just,
It's going to be confusing. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirements. 2, resignations. 3, employment permanent floater nurse. 4, employment school monitor. 5, reassignment and amended salary operational administrator. 6, reassignment and amended salary non-certified staff. 8, stipend mentor teacher. 9, paid medical disability leave. 10, unpaid leave of absence. 11, amended resolution leave dates. I so move.
Thank you. Have a second? Aditi? Any discussion?
or it's not on. No, under number 2 resignations, the last name, Mrs. Nancy Olsch, she actually should be a retirement under number 1, not a resignation under number 2.
Okay, thank you.
So she'll be reflected in the minutes under number 1 retirements.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call?
Sorry, who was the second?
Aditi did.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Mr. Alansky?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Balomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Policy Development and Community Relations Matters, Michael? Oh, sorry. Wait, I'm sorry, Michael. Mr. Balone has retirement comments. My apologies.
Thank you. And now that that one staff member was moved to retirements, I will read retirement comments for her at the next meeting. So tonight we have 2 retirees we are honoring. The first one is Janine Santinello. Janine Santinello is retiring from Marlboro Middle School as a physical education and health teacher after serving the school community in this capacity for 25 years. Aside from teaching all 3 grade levels in both health and physical education, she has taken on numerous responsibilities connected to school-wide programs and initiatives. She attends annual conferences to promote comprehensive physical education and nutrition programs for the students. She annually focuses on professional development to update her certifications in CPR, concussions in youth sports, and AED training. We appreciate her dedication to the middle school through her commitment to extracurricular programs. She has coached several sports, including cross country, basketball intramurals, volleyball intramurals, and girls tennis. Back in 2004, she initiated and coached a dance club that performed for parents and fellow students during the school year. We congratulate Janine on her upcoming retirement, allowing her more time to go to the beach, care for her dogs, master her baking skills, and spend time with her daughter Nina and son-in-law Giuseppe and grandson Gaetano. Congratulations, Janine. And the next retirement comments are for Jill Green from Robertsville Elementary School. Mrs. Green has been in education for the past 30 years, 12 of which were within the Marlboro Township schools. Mrs. Green has served as the principal of Robertsville Elementary School for the past 5 years. Before coming here to Marlboro, she taught in East Brunswick as a classroom teacher and then moved into the position of building reading specialist. At Robertsville, Mrs. Green is beloved by staff and students. She is a highly visible leader with a clear vision of how to set and achieve high academic standards in every classroom. She worked diligently to promote the character pillars throughout the building. Every month, the students enjoyed earning tickets to be selected for breakfast with the principal. Mrs. Green plans to spend time with her husband, Dan, children Adam and Rebecca, and the best grandma to her 4 grandchildren. She will divide her time between New Jersey and Florida homes, perfecting her golf game, learning to play pickleball, and planning family gatherings. We wish her many happy years and wonderful new adventures, and truly thank her for her service to the staff and students at Robertsville. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement after many years of outstanding service. We are extremely grateful for the guidance, knowledge, and outstanding leadership she has provided throughout the years.
Thank you. And thank you to the staff. Policy Development and Community Relations Matters, Michael.
Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, amended 2023-2024 school year calendar. 2, job description, confidential administrative assistant. I so move.
Thank you. I have a second. Aditi, any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Okay. Liaison reports. Freehold Regional. Chad?
Sure. This is directly from Michael Messenger on the board there. Well, the first part's good, but the second part is not, so I'll just read directly his email. We had our monthly meeting and public budget hearing this past Thursday. The Student Safety Report 7-1 through 12/31/23 was presented. Most of the numbers went down. Incidents of violence, mostly fights, declined 28 last year to 20, which is good. The biggest decline was seen in substance abuse, which went from 45 to 23. These were all marijuana/THC, oil, vape. Although we had our public hearing on budget, the vote will occur on May 14, 2024, when we have our meeting at the Marlboro High School. The vote has been delayed pending legislation that would allow us to raise taxes above 2%. We are $19.3 million below adequacy, how the state defines thorough and efficient education. Our budget is tight as can be. Among 31 high school-only districts in New Jersey, we spend the least per student. We are going to have big problems in fiscal year 2026 if the state does not increase funding. Back in fiscal 2019, the state gave $51.6 million to the district. Now they receive $30.6 million. In order to close the deficit this year, we have taken out 39 positions. We have also consolidated bus routes. Since the state put us in S2, the district has reduced staff by 135 positions. On 5/14/24, the budget we will vote to approve will be $213.9 million. Now keep in mind that's for all Freehold Regional. The tax rate of Marlboro will be 0.482 per 100 assessed value. Our cost per pupil is $14,500. All schools in New Jersey with enrollment of 3,500 plus spend $17,572 per pupil. If state funding does not increase, we have to consider reducing sports, stagger opening times to use our buses on 3 routes per session, accept tuition students, sell assets, and put in place to play where students will have to pay to participate in extracurricular activities. So that discussion will happen. I'm just going to go back up to my top in case anyone's interested. The board meeting is May 14th. So.
I just want to ask this, Chad, I know we both have children in the Freehold Regional District as well. Did Mr. Messinger give any call to action or things that, I know they have an upcoming meeting. Did he say anything else about what they're doing?
Not to me, but I can tell you Dr. Bleakley has consistently asked for the community to voice their, for the lack of a better word, frustration with the state and what it's doing to Marlboro High School. So I know about Marlboro High School specifically, but I would assume that applies to the district, which is why I read the board meeting again. You know, right. I would say, I have 2 kids in Marlboro, like you do too, and the S2 cuts are significantly impacting that district and Marlboro High School specifically. So,
yeah.
You know, I imagine they could use the support. So if anyone wants to attend those board meetings, I know I will definitely try to attend.
Yeah,
but Michael didn't give me anything specific. But I think he would appreciate that.
Yeah, I remember him saying that too at the orientation for the high school.
Correct, yeah.
It's upsetting, but thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Chad.
absolutely. Sorry, that was.
That's okay. Chad, I think you said you're gonna, in Annette's place, update
So I know
the
Annette's here. Jen sent me I have to use my phone just for this one thing. Jen sent me a message right before to give an MEF update, and I'll just read it from my phone here. The Wizards tickets are on sale. Come see your MTPS teachers take on the Harlem Wizards May 30th. Marlboro Township Police Chief Pizzullo will be our honorary referee, and Kylie Furland is singing our national anthem. It is going to be an amazing night. Please visit marlboroeducationalfoundation.org for more details and how to purchase tickets. Thank you, all of you, always for your support. So that's MEF's update.
Thank you. Marlboro Township Liaison Michael.
The Big Rig Touch a Truck Rallies, Saturday, May 4th from noon to 2:30. The quiet time is 2 to 2:30. Information on the town website. The primary election will be on June 4th. Vote by mail ballots for those registered were mailed on April 20th. The drop box for vote by mail ballots is in the Municipal Town Hall parking lot is open. The last day to register to vote by mail is May 28th. The last day to register to vote is May 15th. The Town Community Development Department reminds you that they are entering the busy season for home sales. Before your home is put on the market, check that open permits have been filed and closed. CCO inspections are scheduled 3 weeks out. Please plan accordingly. Items such as these are sent via email from town to those who registered. Visit the town website and enter your email in the blue box. From the Alliance. The Alliance is sponsoring a guest speaker at MHS right before the prom. Gabe Hurley of Without Limits LLC will present innocent victims forced to live with the consequences of irresponsible drivers' actions. Blinded by a drunk driver, Mr. Hurley became a motivational speaker whose message resonates strongly with students. Alliance and staff from both middle schools will be reviewing essays written by middle school students regarding why they should be chosen to receive the David Kaufman Community Service Award. The David Kaufman Award is named after the late husband of Harlene Ross, a former employee of Marlboro Middle School. Ms. Ross will also be reviewing the essays. The David Kaufman Community Service Award will be awarded to 2 high school students. The Alliance provides all recipients with a plaque. The Pen Pal and Reading to Robbinsville students programs continue at Robbinsville. And that's it.
Thank you. Monmouth County School Boards, Aldo.
Yeah, they're having a meeting next week. It's a virtual meeting next week, so I'll keep you posted after that.
Awesome, thank you. NJSBA, Danielle?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Okay, now on to the school liaisons. Asher, Aldo?
Yeah, I have a report here from Ms. Silmy. Thank you, Ms. Silmy, for getting this to me. She's very good about sending it before the board meetings. I appreciate it. May shaping up to be another busy month at Asher. We have a rescheduled date for our clothing drive, 5 p.m. on May 1st, as well as a PTA meeting at 9:30 on May 2nd, followed by staff appreciation the week of May 6th through the 10th, which is always a series of amazing events sponsored by our PTA to show appreciation to our faculty. The PTA has already advertised their flower sale. Pickup is Thursday, May 9th. NJSLA testing will take place for grades 3, 4, and 5 from May 20th to May 24th. NJSLA Science for grade 5 will be on the 29th and 30th. Also that week is the PTA's Theater Week program after school with a culminating performance on the evening of Friday, May 24th. After Memorial Day weekend, we look forward to the grade 5 picnic at Black Bear on May 28th, 70s Day on May 30th, and the long-awaited PTA Birthday Carnival, where we will celebrate Asher's 50th birthday on May 31st.
Thank you. Abbott, Chad?
Yes, I have a brighter update for Abbott. I'm going to read 2 things. One are recent things happening, and then some upcoming things. So recent True Blue Tuesdays for the month of March. Students wore blue as a theme on Tuesdays to recognize their theme of the month, which was trustworthiness. Rock Your Socks on March 21st. They recognized World Down Syndrome Awareness Day by wearing colorful, creative socks. And the idea there was so that when people asked them about their socks, they could say, I'm raising awareness for Down syndrome. As part of Celebration of Disabilities Acceptance Month, they participated in a dress-up theme on the week of April 15th through 19th, which was, I think, a couple weeks ago. Each day they had a theme that promoted awareness and acceptance of students with disabilities. So that was in April. Upcoming, they have their chick hatching program, which starts next week. So they incubate eggs. Students get to take care of them for 10 days. They'll learn to take care of the eggs, watch they hatch, and then take care of the newly hatched chicks. Later in May, kindergarten students will take a trip to Allaire Community Farms to learn about various farm animals, diets, how to take care of them, etc. Also in May, the PTO will be hosting an annual Spring Fling. For this event, the PTO transforms the playgrounds into a mini fair. There will be bounce houses, obstacles, music, and food. This is always a huge hit with our students. It sounds pretty fun, so I understand that. So that's it.
Thank you. Defino Aditi. Do you want me to come back? Okay.
April was a short but great month at Defino. We wrapped up Kindness Month with over 150 different notes of appreciation for our staff and hosted our school store with a spring theme, which was a big hit. We celebrated Earth Day with our first ever garden bar, offering students a chance to plant their very own vegetable seeds and flower seeds. They loved the selection and getting to pick what they liked most. Our recess refresh project that we started in August is nearly complete. In addition to the soccer goals and field that was installed over the summer, we now have more new additions. The adjustable basketball hoop purchase is now up and ready for use. A huge thank you to the Buildings and Grounds for this installation. They have gone above and beyond to help us get this project across the finish line. Now our younger students can try and dunk like the 4th and 5th graders. Additionally, 2 of our blacktop stencils are now complete. A dolphin hopscotch board and a copycat dance game. The kids have been loving these 2 new additions to recess, and we still have a few more to complete. It will be a fun surprise for our students each time another gets completed. The PTO is gearing up for our favorite week of the year, Staff Appreciation. We are in our appreciation era and can't wait for all the fun that is in store. At the end of May, we resume celebrating our 5th graders with our annual 5th grade picnic and are so excited to be at Fridgebridge this year. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Aditi. Dugan, Danielle.
Thank you, Robin, for the liaison report. The Dugan PTO's Big Booster-thon event takes place tomorrow, May 1st, where staff, students, parents, and the community prepare to break a world record as the highest number of people dressed as dragons in one place. Tickets are still available to this exciting event. To purchase tickets or make a donation, please see the e-blast this Sunday for a link, or you can go to Give Butter Dragons Break Records. It's set to be a wonderful and fun experience for all. As a part of the PTO's Booster-thon event, the students had a fun time participating in Penny Wars. The winners will be announced at the event on May 1st. The Spring Boutique will take place May 6th through 10th. Students can visit the boutique during their lunchtime to purchase items for Mother's Day, Father's Day, Teacher Appreciation, amongst other important people in their lives. Students can bring in cash to purchase items or can purchase gift certificates. Please see the flyer sent home with your student on how to purchase the gift certificates. May 6th through May 10th is also set to be a rockin' good time as we celebrate our excellent teachers and staff during Teacher Appreciation Week. The PTO is looking forward to providing many wonderful things during the week. Donations are still being accepted and can be done via the link provided in the weekly e-blast. The PTO has a pre-sale currently going on for various different kinds of plants. The link to purchase can be found in the weekly e-blast. The pre-sale is open with the ability to pre-order plants to be picked up on May 9th. Yearbooks are still available for sale. They are $40 each, and the sale closes on May 6th. To purchase a yearbook, please see the e-blast. Route 9 cards are available for tickets. Route 9 cards are available through purchase on PT Board. The PTO Spring Beautification took place on April 29th. Parents and students volunteered to clean up the school grounds, plant flowers, and paint rocks. It was a wonderful experience by everyone to help beautify the school grounds. May is a busy month for our 5th grade students. There are many fun activities planned to help the 5th graders celebrate their last year as Dugan Dragons. On May 17th, our 5th grade dance will be taking place from 7 to 9. More information will be available soon. In addition, the 5th grade picnic at Black Bear will be on May 29th. The next Dugan PTO general membership meeting will take place on Wednesday, May 8th at 7:30, and we're looking forward to seeing the members at our meeting.
Thank you, Danielle. Morel, Sue, Dr. Moskowitz?
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Schatz and Mrs. York and the wonderful kids that came today to present their program. They did such a great job, as they always do. The happenings at Morel for the month of May are geared mainly around the arts. So on the next day, May 2nd, Thursday, they're going to have the music recruitment assembly with the grade 5 students presenting. May 10th, there's a PTO movie night. On May 15th, PTO meeting. May 20th is grade 2 vocal concert in the evening at 7 p.m. And on May 21st, they're going to be having the PTO art show. On May 23rd, their band concert will be held at 7 a.m. as well. Thank you.
Thank you. MMS?
MMS from Principal Milwaukee. May 14th will be the final PTO meeting of the school year. We have concerts scheduled for May 1st, 8th, 15th, and the 22nd, and the art show is planned for May 22nd as well. Family night for peer-to-peer students is scheduled for May 16th. We're looking forward to Staff Appreciation Week festivals next week. Parents of 8th graders, reminders to check for emails from PTO regarding the purchase of towels and lawn signs and tickets for the 8th grade dance. 8th grade graduation and gown pictures will be taken on May 9th. From the PTO in Lauren, we are excited to celebrate and show our wonderful MMS teachers and staff how much we appreciate them next week during Teacher Appreciation Week. Looking forward to a fun few days. Our last PTO meeting will be in person at MMS on May 14th. We hope to see you there as we begin to close out the current school year and look ahead and start planning for next year. 8th grade dance tickets are now on sale. MMS PTO is thrilled to host the 8th grade dance for Marlboro Middle School class of 2024 at the Grand Marquis in Old Bridge on Wednesday, 6/12. They are sure to have a great time. There will be a DJ, photo booth, dinner, and dessert included in your ticket. The class of 2024 lawn signs again, and towel fundraisers are coming to close at the end of the week. Show your pride for the 2024 MMS graduate by purchasing a sign for display in your lawn and or a swim day towel. Our locker decorating fundraiser for our graduates is still available for purchase. All lockers will be decorated in June before graduation. Decorations will be MMS class of 2024 themed. Lastly, don't forget to check out our restaurant raffle gift baskets on the ptboard.com. Raffle winners will be randomly selected on May 23rd, and please continue to check PT Board for weekly updates. That's it.
Thank you. And I have Marlboro Memorial from the PTA and from Mr. Pacifico. The 8th grade sales of the lawn signs, graduation grams, and towels are continuing, as well as the sale of birthday grams, discount cards, and magnets. This Sunday, we have our New York Yankees game. There's about 8 families going. The 8th grade dance sales are also going on. We just wrapped up our clothing drive, and we're able to fill the entire truck this year. We're also going to have an ice cream give back to the kids during lunch in May, just nailing down the date with Mr. Pacifico. There's also just finished spring sports apparel sale, and also starting the 5th grade spirit wear for incoming 6th graders. Also want to shout out Mrs. Hendrickson's 6th grade social studies honors class won a 2nd place prize in this year's Judicial Circuits class essay contest. Ms. Hendrickson and her students will be heading to Trenton shortly to pick up their award in person. Congrats to Mrs. Hendrickson and her students. Thank you. Scope. Okay. CPAG.
No report.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, before we go to scope, I'm so sorry, because Annette's not here. Ashley, you're going to cover Robertsville, correct?
I don't have anything specific written, but I can give you what I have off the top of my head. The PTO recently hosted a BMX assembly, which was amazing, and the students adored it. On Friday, this Friday, the 3rd, we have a carnival dance. Tickets are closed online, but you can purchase at the door. 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade is from 5:30 to 7. 4th and 5th grade is from 7:30 to 9. Next week is our book fair, which is always exciting. And we have our Parents' Night Out is back after a couple of years of not having it. It is casino themed. It will be at the Grand Marquis on 5/29. You can purchase your tickets on PT Board. It should be an amazing night. DJ, dinner, raffles, awesome, very exciting. And they're also gearing up for Teacher Appreciation. Staff and teachers, get ready to be spoiled as usual. And keep an eye out as well for Field Day t-shirts. The design will be sent out soon, and you can purchase them on PT Board. If I'm missing anything, I apologize.
Thank you. Scope, Didi?
Scope is thankful for all those who ordered the Be the Eye in Kind shirts to support MTPS celebration of Disabilities Acceptance Month. We were so happy to hear how our school celebrated and learned about different disabilities throughout the month. Be on the lookout for a new Walk for Change date.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to old business. Any old business? Yeah, so you're saying, I'm sorry, because your mic wasn't on. You were saying that the statement you read last time was not a formal motion. She was making a statement.
So do I do it in old business or new business?
Or new? She read a statement last time because it was a special meeting, and so now the question is where would it fall, under old or new?
Okay.
Yes.
Do I need to read it again, or?
Yeah, I would read it again.
Okay. Oh, it's a long one. Yeah. Thanks. Motion for review of MTPS administration and Marlboro Board of Education actions in the handling of the incidents leading up and following the April 16th, 2024 board meeting. Considering the recent events that occurred over allegations surrounding a student and teacher in the Marlboro Public School System, it is important that we take a closer look at the Marlboro Board of Education's knowledge, communication, oversight, and response around this event. Acknowledging the opportunity to learn and improve from this experience with an emphasis on the necessity for more robust crisis management mechanisms and community support. Highlighting the importance of establishing preventative practices and empowering the board to act effectively in the community's best interest under all circumstances. Therefore, it is resolved that the Marlboro Board of Education commits to conducting a comprehensive review of the administration's response and actions. The board president will commence a review of the administration's actions and response considering the incident and subsequent management to identify areas for improvement. This review will be completed within 90 days of the adoption of this motion. It establishes an independent review of board and board member actions. The board president will establish an independent body to commence a review of roles, responsibilities, and actions of the board and its board members. The independent committee, as selected by the president, will include internal and external experts in educational governance and legal compliance. The committee will conduct a timely and comprehensive review of the board's and its members' actions and decisions related to the incident and issue a report with findings and recommendations for improvement and action. This review and report will be completed within 90 days of the adoption of this motion as well. Develop enhanced communication protocols. The board is instructing the superintendent with the responsibility to develop improved communication protocols to ensure timely and thorough information sharing among all board members and interested parties, especially regarding critical incidents impacting board decisions and public safety. These recommendations will be completed within 90 days of the adoption of this motion. Reaffirming commitment to ethical standards. The board reiterates its commitment to upholding our oath of office, maintaining the highest ethical standards, transparency, and to ensuring equitable access to information devoid of personal agendas. Pledge to foster community engagement. The board commits to ongoing dialogue and transparency with our community stakeholders to rebuild trust in the board. This motion is presented for immediate consideration to promptly address the issues at hand and restore confidence in the Marlboro Board of Education's governance and commitments to its constituents. Do I have to say so? So I move? What is it? Oh, I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Moskowitz. Okay, discussion. I have some questions, and I appreciate you sharing that with me. But before I ask, I'll open it up to other questions people might have first.
Yeah, I mean, I have some also. Aditi, thank you for sending the, I had asked you to email me the motion, and I saw that you did send it last night. I didn't get a chance to open it until today. It's, again, thank you for sending it. It's very thorough. There's a lot to go through on it. With all the information in there, like I like the idea. It's just I don't feel prepared to vote on it at the moment. I just need, I need a little more time to go through exactly what's in there, especially because of like the 90-day time frame and everything. I do want to make sure that the that the proper entities are reviewed, like you had mentioned in the motion, and just that it's a well-focused and directed effort to gain insight into what happened and how it happened and everything. That being said, I appreciate you bringing it forward, and it's definitely something that I'm open to. I just need a little time to go through what you had sent over because it's quite a bit to digest. But
yeah, I mean, a lot of it obviously is also, because I know you were voicing quite a bit of that last meeting as well. So it, echoes a lot of your sentiments as well. And again, this is not to, point fingers at anyone, whether it is the board or administration. It's just, we've never encountered a situation like this as a board. So to really take a thorough look inside and figure out what we did well, where were the gaps, what we can do better, God forbid, if we're ever put in a situation like this again. And I think it's really important that we do this. My only concern with halting this motion, and I understand that you need a little bit more clarity, we have 90 days, so there's lots of time for us to have discussions. My only concern pushing it out is this is happening now. We're still in the middle of it. And, whether it's pushing out for a week, 2 weeks, we're losing time. And I know the community wants answers. So I do think that it would be a mistake to push it off to the following week. And again, during executive or off, if you have any questions, I'm happy to address it. But
yeah, no, and I appreciate that too. I appreciate you bringing it forward. I just think there's, just hearing you recite the motion again, there's some items that I think, as a board we should discuss. For instance, and no offense, Valentina, but with the president selecting the members of the committee, not that I don't trust your selection opinions, but I think that board leadership also plays a big role in what transpired. So I don't know that would be the appropriate method of selecting committee members.
Was the did you send the motion to everybody? I didn't receive the motion.
no, because the only people that asked
No,
for
I
it,
asked
because
for it at the meeting.
Oh, you did? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I honestly didn't
Yeah, I
realize
didn't have
it.
time to read it or review it because I didn't receive it.
Yeah,
So
my apologies. I genuinely didn't realize, because I know I heard Valentina and Aldo request it, so I did, but I'm happy
So I
to.
have a question too, Aditi. Is it committee or company that you're looking for? I couldn't hear you the first word.
committee.
A committee, you want her, okay. I didn't know if you said for the president to pick a company or a committee.
And that's a valid point, Aldo, if you don't want it to be just on,
Yeah, that's what I
one
say.
person making the
I would like,
decision.
I don't know, and again, I know, I don't mean any disrespect by it, but I just, that was one thing. The other thing, I thought and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you had mentioned something about like an outside company also coming in, so I just want to make sure, like, whatever we do, not to say that it's, not, not to downplay the situation in any way, but I also want to make sure that whatever we do is, fiscally responsible as well. But again, I want to go through what you had emailed over and just digest it a little bit, because these are questions that popped up as I was, hearing you recite it again.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I'm going to have a couple more, but it's definitely something that I think, should be done, and I'm open to it. I just need a little time to process it.
Yeah, and I mean, your concerns about fiscal responsibility, 100%, I get it, but I feel like, we've put in a lot of money for like a lot of different litigations and stuff, right? This is super important, I think, because again, being able to address what happened. And again, the outside committee that we're talking about, we don't have to hire someone. I know that Marlboro has an ethics committee that is in place, and that is, they're basically in place, the township has it, for situations like this. So, to your concern about who's going to be on the board or the committee that we're going to form, I mean, we could have a board member, we can have, and I mean, I have like some ideas around that, obviously, that I was hoping to discuss further.
I'm welcome to, please,
Yeah.
if you have any
So-
ideas, share them, because like I said, I'm trying to process everything you're saying, and it sounds, it sounds like a good idea. I just don't, like I said, I just need a little time to get a better grasp on what it is that we're discussing.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, like, again, what I mentioned, the Marlboro Township has an ethics committee. It wouldn't cost us anything, and they're put in place for exactly something like this. Like, if there's situations, whether it's appointed officials or someone that has taken oath, they look into it, and then, and again, it would not be just them.
Right.
I'm proposing maybe one board member in that committee, along with someone from the ethics committee, plus, potentially someone from NJSBA.
Do you know, I'm not familiar with this committee. I mean, I don't mind doing some homework on my own as well, but do you know the name of it so I can look it up? Because
I think it's just called the Marlboro Ethics Committee, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll certainly, like I said, I'll take a look. I know we have a meeting next week, so for my own knowledge, I'll take a look and see what I find on that. And then any other questions I have, I'll put them together as I'm going through it, and I can bring them next week. I don't know if you want me to email them to you ahead of time. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, whatever works. Like I said, I'm even happy to have a conversation. Like,
Yeah.
whatever's easy, because everybody has to be on board with this. Again, I know that we're here for our community, for our kids, for our students, right, parents. And again, we already pushed it off from last week to this week. So if there's, is there anybody else that has concerns that we potentially can't move to vote on this?
I didn't see it either, Aditi. That's a lot of words, and I have not read it. And I wasn't here last week as well, so I'm not prepared to vote on it tonight. I mean, if I had to do it tonight, it'd have to be a no, because I'd rather go through it and digest it. There's a lot in that thing. And some of that thing is what I'm going to talk about later as well. So we're on the same page with everything.
Yeah, I think for me too, I know you sent it yesterday to Aldo, and I appreciate you doing that. I know I had asked for that. I did look through it. I do have a variety of questions, right? So I just can't vote. For me, if you're asking me today, would I vote yes at this moment? No, right? Only because, to the point before about fiscal responsibility, I'm not saying I'm not up for spending the money. I know you did mention the cost of litigation, certain things, and certain are covered under insurance and so forth. When we went to RFP at one point for another audit, the price ranged for an external vendor from $70,000 to $100,000, right? And I'm not saying that this would be that, right? I think those were some numbers that we were initially quoted. So I'm not saying yes or no. I just want to know, and I'm not opposed to the cost. I just want to understand more about that independent. And I know you mentioned the ethics commission or committee, which is, I'd like to know a little bit more about that too. I understand it's through the township. I just need to understand it. I think communication is important. I think a lot of the things you proposed make sense to me. I just have to sit down. The committee, right? I'm actually with you, Aldo. I know you did not mean it offensively, but I think, and I appreciate that. I think a committee, right, requires people that, want to, will be part of it, who will be engaged, and I would like us as a board to discuss what the committee would look like, what the roles and responsibilities would be before selecting. And so I just want to understand the selection criteria, right? And I know we're not there yet, but for me to just vote yes, I'd really have to understand a little bit more. I'm with you. I think some of it makes sense, and I think I would make a couple of tweaks to that. That's all.
So just what I'm hearing from everyone, I think everybody is in favor of looking into this, figuring out, what worked, what didn't work. It's just a matter of tweaking things a little bit. So that's actually good, right?
Yeah,
that at least everybody wants to do this report investigation, just look into it a little bit further. But definitely, Aldo, I mean, if, you know, the whole, just leaving it up to the president, if we need to tweak that, I'm 1,000% open to that. We can discuss that a little bit further, like what you're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, if you have any ideas, let me know, and even if you want to discuss it as a board, that was just one of the things that had jumped out at me initially. I'm sure there's going to be a couple, you know, some more as I go through it. Obviously, the fiscal part, you know, I didn't realize the auditors were coming in at that price. I would hope that we're not going to have to spend that kind of money.
Yeah, and that was an older quote, Aldo, from a while back. I just wanted to make sure what the cost would be, right? It could be very minimal. It could be high. I just want to know what that cost will be to the district.
Yeah, and to see what the role of this outside, you know, entity would be versus the, you know, committee made up of whatever members, you know, if we're going to have, what is it, like 3 members from the board, and I guess what I'm saying, I don't know, you know, how, I think that's something that we should just logistically figure out what it's going to, how, you know, how it would be comprised, and, you know, who it's going to be comprised of, what their roles are going to be, and,
yeah, I definitely have some ideas for that, for sure, so we can discuss that. And I kind of mentioned a few things already, but if we do go with the Ethics Commission, there isn't a cost, right? It's part of the Marlboro Township, and then the other people that would be comprised of this committee would be someone, again, from the board. You know, we could have.
Can you send it to the whole board?
Yeah, that would be.
Honestly, I read it, so I figured that you guys.
No, that's fine. I don't think you're able to do like the one board member. Maybe Val, if you could just forward it to everyone.
I could just forward it to everybody, just don't reply to everybody.
Yeah,
we know that part.
Yeah,
right, thanks.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Dr. Miskowitz.
The only thing that I would like is not to delay a vote, maybe next week at our next meeting, so that, because memory starts to fail you, and the, you know, the importance isn't always there as time goes by. So I'd like to hopefully get something in place soon so that we can start, you know, a 90-day thing, and, you know, so that we can move forward. Do you think that's a possibility for the next meeting, May 7th?
I mean, as far as my vote goes, I just want to get some information,
answers,
but I don't, you know.
And do you think,
I have to read it. I don't give you an answer without reading it.
Yeah.
So I might have some suggestions I got.
Yeah, and if we could get the
I'm not
suggestions.
saying no to the whole thing. I might have some suggestions.
No, I think, I mean, as a board, what the great thing is that we all agree that we need to do this. It's just a matter of how to navigate that. And I think that's what we need to figure out, and we could do that over this week until next board meeting. Yeah.
So we're in the discussion phase, so do you want to, you don't have to, but you could either vote, or we can table your motion until the next special meeting. It's up to you.
No, I mean, I respect what everybody has to say, right? So if Aldo needs a little bit of time, Mr. Lalansky needs a little bit of time, Val, you said you need a little bit of time, I'm okay with it. Again, I don't think anyone here said no, they want to do this. It's just a matter of tweaking this slightly. That is going to work for us. So next week is fine as long as everybody agrees that we're okay to do this next week. Okay.
Okay, so no. So next week we'll have it, it's a special meeting, so we'll have a resolution since you've tabled your motion. Okay? It will be in the next meeting on May 7th.
Can we just talk for 1 minute about
we're not done.
the email chain of command again, because I'm
I'm sorry,
here now with information.
Wait, I'm sorry, we're going to move to table her motion.
So we can't discuss
You
it?
could still discuss, no, you could still discuss it. We just have to close her motion to table.
Okay, I second.
Second? Okay. Discussion. Danielle, you're up now for discussion.
No, it just is concerning to me that an email was sent with a motion, and I was left off the email. So it's, you know, again, it went to the president, and I don't know who else was on the email. I'm assuming Aldo. Was anybody else on the email? No. It was just Val and Aldo, and it wasn't forwarded to the rest of the board.
I think my question was if you wanted to, and I think she said she only sent it to the people that had asked.
Well,
so
in the meeting last week, you can see that I said I would like it too, and I do feel blindsided to sit here again where you knew something and I don't. So I just would like to just speak openly about a chain of command and forwarding emails.
Yep.
Because I didn't even know if the motion was going to be made tonight. I hadn't heard anything. So I'm blindsided again to see this. after asking for it to be sent to me, knowing you got the email, I didn't get the email. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
so how is that going to work? I'm saying.
So, go ahead, Michael.
Can we, that's part of my discussion, actually, that I got everybody to get a copy of, so maybe that'll satisfy your interest, and we can tweak this any way you like, but I think I covered that in there. So, if you don't mind, Danielle, we can do that during that, and I'll take anybody's input.
Go ahead. So all those in favor to table Aditi's motion, I know, Dr. Miskowitz, you were a second. All in favor? Any opposed to tabling her motion? No? Okay, so the motion is tabled till May 7th, right? That's the next meeting. It'll be on the agenda. Okay. Michael? Anything else for old business? Because Michael's is new.
I think Sue's referencing the email I sent prior to the April 16th meeting.
Are you talking about the policy?
Yes, that would be
Yes,
new
that would be
business.
old business.
It would be new business, I think. I haven't read it before.
The policy that you are you referring to the policy piece that you passed it out? Did you ever go through that? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I didn't on April 16th because of
Oh,
everything
because you decided not to do it.
because of everything going on.
Yes.
But I emailed it a while back. So
That would be
I
new.
just want to get it on the table, but I think it's probably new business.
It
right?
is new business since you
Okay.
didn't read it.
So I think, Michael, you
Go
have...
ahead, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll...
Okay, thank you, Chad.
So,
Go ahead.
is yours old business? Because I have something here that I had from last week. I just wanted
His
to.
is new. Do you have old?
Yeah, I have something from
Go
last
ahead.
week. Based on the, what was brought to light last week at the last meeting, and, welcome, Mr. Gross, as our, new counsel here. But I have a motion based on what, what transpired. Essentially, I'd like to make a motion for the board to file a malpractice claim against our prior counsel, Mark Zittimer and his firm Shank Price, for potentially exposing the board to unnecessary liability by circumventing us as a client and sending unauthorized and unapproved correspondence on our behalf. I so move.
Second? Danielle? Discussion.
I'll put it up for Mr. Gross, our new attorney. Is that something we can, because we have to discuss items of the case, we can do an executive session?
I would certainly recommend any discussion. First meeting. I'm sorry. I would think that any discussion about this kind of motion should be made in executive session. Certainly, you would come out and vote on it after your executive session.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
But again, if there's any questions or comments by board members on this particular kind of resolution,
Yeah.
it's most
Yeah.
appropriate to be discussed in executive session.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you guys have any questions or concerns that need to be discussed in private, then, so be it. Everything that I read in the motion was, items that transpired real time in the meeting, so it's up to the board, but, I'd like to put this forth for a vote tonight.
For me too, I need a little bit of time to think about that. I mean, I know the reasons why. Yeah.
So we can discuss it in executive and come back out and vote. That would be my...
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That would be my preference, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we could discuss an executive, Aldo, and come back out unless anybody has questions. I don't know what you can ask right now, but pretty much nothing, or if you want to vote is kind of where we are.
Do we need to motion to table it to go into executive?
No, I don't.
No?
It would still stand. I don't want to table this.
So we would just break, I don't know how it
Yeah.
works, I'm just
It's
asking.
it's on the table, but right now, there's no vote on it yet. Basically, we could take a pause, go to executive session, come back and vote on the motion that's still outstanding. I would suggest is you conduct the rest of your business before you go in your exec session, and we'll just leave this as an outstanding motion. It doesn't need to be tabled,
I
because it will
understand.
be voted on this evening, one
Okay.
way or the other.
Okay. Aldo, people have questions, and then we'll come back out. It's not tabled. We'll come back out and have a decision on it this evening.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to executive, come back, do we go now, or? Break
Well-
now for executive?
We're gonna,
No, I'm saying, I think you should complete your agenda items.
Oh, okay.
Go in exec, and then when you come back, when you make your motion for executive session, you will do that. That action will, may be taken on your return.
okay. Any other old business? All right, new business.
Okay, new business. So, due to recent events, I took the time to start the development of an action plan to set into place a concrete chain of events for board communication. I had Mr. Balone and the board secretary send everybody a copy, so you would have had a copy before. So the purpose is to implement an agreed upon chain of communication for the Board of Education. So if you'd like, I'd like to go through each part of it and have everybody chime in if you want to change something at the end of this. If the whole board agrees to whatever we agree on, I'll make a motion to adopt it. I'm not making the motion yet because it may change. All right, so let's go through the first part. It reads, any emails sent to MTPS administration by board members will copy the board president and superintendent, if the superintendent is not direct recipient. All questions and concerns received by either the superintendent or board president, and I put, except those that constitute the normal operation of the district, from board members or the public should be communicated to the full board as follows. If emergent, the information and response should be communicated to the full board ASAP. The responding party shall utilize district resources, such as the board secretary, to contact all board members either by phone, if possible, or email ASAP. If non-emergent, the information and the response should be communicated to the full board either by email or via the green notes prior to the next meeting. So let's take that piece first, if anybody would like to add, subtract. The reason I put except those that constitute the normal operation of the district is we're not involved in the day-to-day. If a parent emails Mr. Balone and says, my child got a B, that should have got an A, that's not our thing, until it becomes our thing in a hearing one day. So that's the reason I put that there. So if anybody has any objections to that part, or like add or subtract.
I'm just asking this question.
Okay.
Under number 1, questions and concerns received by the superintendent or board president, we're going to forward, right, to the full
Yes.
board. And then you
Yes.
said as follows. So you mean below, if it's an emergency, everybody gets it right away, is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
If me or Mr. Balloon get it. And then if it's not emergency, they get it via the green notes prior to the next meeting.
Let's say board member sends you guys an email and says, I'd like to start a field hockey team. That's not emergency. So you can answer the board members, send the questions to all the board members, and put the information in the green notes as to what a hockey team would cost, this is what it would be, this is how it could be, and we have a chance to talk about that at the next meeting and be informed of, what the question was, what the answer was, and what it involves. So you're not,
Yeah.
you're still informed. Emergency, obviously, you talk right away.
Or what if it could just be sent to the full board, either emergency or not? Like, if I get something, I would just prefer to not have to decipher what's an emergency or not. I just would like to send it.
The only reason I put it that way, because times people get numb to emails. When you get 100 emails and you say, oh, it's just another email. When you get an email, this one, it has to be important because I got an email, and if it's not important, it'll be in the green notes, or I'll get, whatever. It could be either way.
Yeah.
I'd like to make the distinction because I've seen in the past in my business that you send too many emails, people get numb.
No, I know,
Okay,
I get a
not
million at work. I agree with you. I think I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Yeah, just so that, to make it easier and just to forward it on to people. Also, sometimes I think from what board members have said, sometimes when they're getting things in the green notes, it's coming on like the Friday, and maybe it's not enough time there. I think all of you have said, sometimes I don't have enough time, right? I'm busy with sports or kids or whatever. So maybe if it's just everything,
okay,
it could be forwarded right away.
Everybody agrees?
I just don't want to have to decipher between what's important and what's not. I could just send it all.
Okay.
So, Michael, is this, this is essentially because of a breakdown that you've noticed. So what I'm trying to understand, go ahead.
And just because I felt, as one of you board members, that we need to put something concrete in place so what happened in communication before just doesn't happen again.
Right.
And follow And if it does happen again, you could point a finger now and you could say, hey, you were supposed to do this, you were supposed
Yeah,
to do that.
I mean, I think though, I think we should also be asking, how it happened in the first place. I mean, I spoke to prior board leadership. We had a pretty bulletproof method on, the attorney working on editable documents with, Mr. Balone and whoever, vice president, prior to a document going out, and then upon authorization, it was sent out. At what point did the attorney stop using, or at what point did this method stop
I don't know, but
being
I don't want
used?
to take a Didi's thunder, but that's your thing. That was your thing to see how it happened, right? So,
This is precisely the reason why I
Right.
think that motion was put in place, because I know a lot of board members have a lot of questions.
Agreed.
Rightfully
I think we
so,
do.
right? So,
so the purpose of my motion, if we make this, is just to stop it so it doesn't happen again. Put in place these procedures so we know, we can rest assured this is what's going to happen. Because the second part deals with the attorney, I didn't get to that yet, but that was my purpose. The Didi's motion is a completely different purpose, is to see how it happened and what was the mechanism that caused it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so that's answer Aldo's question.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go ahead.
Right, so the second part does deal with the attorney communication. The board shall communicate any major decisions or responses to claims to the board attorney, I'm sorry. The board attorney shall communicate any major decisions or responses to claims to the board president, superintendent, and board secretary prior to release, who will then share with the full board via the board secretary ASAP. If any board member has objections or questions, the objections or questions should be relayed to the board president, who may schedule a phone call to include the board president, the responding board member, and the board attorney. If emergent, objections or questions should be communicated to the full board ASAP, utilizing district resources such as the board secretary to contact all board members either by phone, if possible, or via email ASAP. If not emergent, the questions and responses should be communicated to the full board via the green notes prior to next meeting. In all major decisions or responses to claims, the board attorney will be updated. The board, I'm sorry. In all major decisions or responses to claims, the board will be updated prior to the attorney's response in the next executive session. If time is of the essence, and if it's applicable, a special meeting will be held in order to discuss the issue in executive session. And that's the attorney piece.
Michael.
Which solves what you were talking about,
Michael.
although I believe.
Is there a way to add like a time frame? For instance, I've seen emails before where it says, this will be sent out within an hour, so that if a board member does have a concern, a question, at least it's not being released. There's still enough time. So can we add like, will be CC'd, and then a time frame for input?
Are you talking about for every communication?
No, when it's regarding the attorney. So when an attorney is going over how they're going to proceed with the president and Mr. Balone, at least once we are CC'd in it, there's a time frame put on it. So this communication is about to be released. We've reviewed it. You have 45 minutes, an hour, whatever, to review and get back to us.
So the thing is, we need a special, if we're going to discuss anything as a board, we need to have a special meeting. We can't discuss any of this between each other, because that's the open public meeting, right? So as soon as somebody has, that's why I put the special meeting, as soon as somebody has a concern that puts the brakes on, right? Then it's up to the board president to decide, we have time until the next Tuesday to discuss this, or ask the attorney, do we need to take action within the next week? Do we have time for 2 weeks? Do we have time? Can you delay the action until the board can discuss it? Because the only place we can discuss it is here.
Right.
Or in
So
executive session.
So then there would be communication. So like, for instance, if there was a concern and a board member brought it to the president's attention, she could then, or he could then say, okay, I think your concern is valid. Let's hold off until executive and we'll discuss.
So she followed this, what she would do is then consult Michael and Vinnie. Vinnie, as the board secretary, would relay your thing to everybody else. She would then contact the board attorney and say, do we have until Tuesday to discuss this as a board? If he says no, then we have to see if it fits the criteria for a special meeting, like we did last time. We call a special meeting as soon as possible so we can do it.
Okay.
Because you could respond back, but your response can't be, then you respond, then you respond, and you respond, then it becomes a meeting.
Michael, I appreciate you bringing this all forward. I understand, where you're coming from with it. I feel like we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. I don't know. Is the communication really that difficult that, if it is, then let's put a plan in action, but don't we already have, is there not an established plan that we've been using? We've been, that's what I'm trying to understand. Where did that, where did the method that we're currently using break down so that we can address it, without a 2-page document on how emails are going to be sent out?
I think, Aldo, what you're saying is we've been operating for many years, and why are we not following those?
Yeah, I just don't understand, I'm at a loss as to how we ended up in the situation we did the last couple weeks. It's still, it just doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Can, Michael, can your thing be linked to Aditi's thing when we do the findings?
You can do anything, the board can do anything it wants, and I'm on board with everybody who wants to become a team player. My thing is, I don't want to wait 90 days to fix what I know is a problem. How we got there is Aditi's thing. I see a problem. I came up with what I thought was the solution, and I want to work together with everybody to get to a point where we all could agree on a solution.
I understand.
To fix it now.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So can Aldo's question be answered? What is the policy, what is the procedure right now? So Mr. Gross, let's say, receives a concerning legal matter. Where does it go from there?
Well, it's not a blanket. First of all, I've been president for 4 months. So in the 4 months I've been here, I've only dealt with Schenck Price. In past times, though, before I was board president, in dealing with Schenck Price, to Aldo's point, but a little variation, there were times when information was shared with the board president and vice president, and we had to work on a communication together. To Aldo's point, he mentioned a Google Doc, which is true. Looking at sometimes, I think, a contract. It wasn't always the case, though, right? Sometimes if Schenck Price was responding to something, or, again, I wasn't VP for that long either. I'm just trying to remember some of that. I can only speak to, we had one case that I knew of, and so I just knew that he would share the information. So what happened with not sending us the communication in advance? I don't know, because the attorney's no longer here, right? For that, there's a variety of reasons I can't go into, and I know we're going to talk in executive, but getting a communication and responding on our behalf, I would assume you would let us know before putting the response out. So there was a breakdown in that communication. And so actually physically sending us what was going to be sent out in advance of sending it out and responding on our behalf and stating you're responding on our behalf is where I struggle. And so that's why, for me, the person's no longer here.
And I think that a lot of this is focusing on the external communication. And like I've said for many months, the chain of command internally is what really needs to be established. Because from where I'm sitting, and anybody could speak on this and speak their truth on what transpired or did not, this is a lot for breakdown of internal communication, and that's really what needs to be addressed more so than external communication, because we have new representation, and that process will begin with a new attorney. But internal communication is what needs to be addressed.
Okay, I thought I addressed internal in the first part.
Yeah, and I just want to say to reiterate what Danielle said. I think that we'll talk, I have no problem talking about it right here. I just want to say that I know that sometimes you copy me and sometimes you don't, or you copy Mr. Lalansky or each other. And I think this part where you had said, and if we can just work on that piece together is important. What were you going to say, Aditi?
Sorry, I just wanted a little bit more clarity. You said internal communication. Like, what exactly do you mean? Sorry.
I understood it as board member to board member emails, but, or admin to board members, like something, is that what you meant? Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
And the discrepancies of when everybody found out and how they found out and from who they found out needs to be addressed before we can make an action plan to address an issue that arose from a scenario, because then we can address the breakdown.
And actually, to your point, Valentina, you know, I don't think that that scenario could have ever been predicted or, you know, even in past, you know, not at least since I was on this board. You know, that was the first scenario I've come across like that. So I could understand the contracts and stuff with the editable document, but I don't see why the you know, where I was failing to understand was why the, you know, method of communication on this letter would have been different than any other that the attorney would have sent out.
Agreed. I agree with you, Aldo, and I know I said that, and that's, to me, at least, from my own opinion, why they're no longer here, right? That was a huge breakdown and led to a lot of different things. So I think that's why we all agreed to that.
And that's hence the motion for the malpractice claim, because I think...
Understood, yeah.
And again, I think Danielle and Aldo both were extremely clear on their timeline of what happened. But I'm still a little bit unclear on the incidents from Monday with Mrs. McCormick. So I don't know if this is the place to talk about it or executive, but I do need to understand.
You could talk about it here.
Okay. I do need to understand, like, when Mrs. McCormick found out what happened. Because again, I know that on April 16th, there was a different comment versus April 25th, and there was definitely discrepancy between what was stated by Mrs. McCormick on the 16th and what was stated on the 25th. So this is just, again, not pointing fingers.
No,
I
it's
just
fine.
want to have a little bit of clarity, understanding, and it's not just us. I'm pretty sure the community wants to know as well.
That's fine. No problem. Again, when that first meeting was happening and Danielle and Aldo had brought it up and said that they had seen it, I guess I considered it seeing it as well, because I'm going to explain. I was sitting in front of Mr. Ballone's desk. If anyone's been in his office, they know that his computers are to the right. If you're sitting at his desk, they're to the right. They're up high, they're big. He pulled it up. I saw it. I mean, I couldn't read it, so he was reading it to me. And you can agree, right, Mr. Balone? I mean, but I did see it, and that first meeting was emotional. We had just heard from the parent. I wanted to assure her that, like, I had seen it too, that, you know, it was, that's why I said the word saw. But I did not hold it in my hand. I did not read the whole thing. I probably should have made it clear that first meeting, but it was very emotional, very heated. I didn't explain the whole thing. I also didn't know what I could explain and what I couldn't explain due to the legality of everything. So I waited until we got to executive. And again, I'll reiterate, I got a phone call from a community member on Monday. I was driving to the board office. I went inside to go to my committee meeting. Mr. Balone, I don't think, was available at that moment. He came in when he was available. I went and sat with him. I said the only thing that came to my mind was, I just got a phone call that there's going to be a parent rally tomorrow. Their parents are upset. They think that we're blaming them. Why? Why would they think that? And he said, I think it has something to do with this email communication. He pulled it up, started reading me Mark's response. I stopped him because, first of all, I had to get back to work. It was tax day. Second of all, I didn't even think that nobody was CC'd. I didn't think that the president, I never realized that there was no procedure being followed. I was just concerned about being a parent rally and why these parents are upset and, like, what is going on. He said the couple of lines that he read to me. I stopped him. I said, okay, it's legal jargon. I notified Val, and that was the end of it. I never even thought that there was a line in there that blamed them specifically the way it was written until the next day when Danielle called me and said that she had gone to the board office, that this whole thing unfolded, and she was like, you know, it basically blames the parents. And I was like, Danielle, you can attest, I'm sure, once I'm done speaking. I said to you the same thing, that oh, I saw it yesterday too. I was like, it was legal jargon. I didn't realize that they were like specifically blaming them. And that was it. But our ethics, Mr. Gross, our ethical responsibility as board members when we get a concern like that is to notify our chief officer, correct, which would be Mr. Ballone. And that is the complete realm of that. I mean, I did notify our president, but I didn't say the attorney wrote an email and it said XYZ. I didn't know. I didn't even know to look for that. I didn't even think there was an issue with the email, like at first, until I'd gotten all the whole information.
So
I thought he was just doing his job.
Mr. Ballone, did you share the information about with what the letter contained with anyone on the board?
I did.
Who?
So, Mr. Petruno, you and Mrs. Belomo came into my office personally,
right,
and requested to see the letter.
But that was after you had alerted Ms. Belomo at the meeting earlier that day.
That was probably, don't quote my times, it was maybe 3 o'clock, 3:30, somewhere around there. Because I know it was after the curriculum committee was meeting around 12:30, 1 o'clock, Dr. Miskowitz, somewhere around there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I know my timeline. I know Danielle's pretty well, too, because it's pretty much synonymous with mine. I'm curious about the other board members. Like, who else did you tell?
I spoke with Mrs. Mendez 3 times that day, 10:14, 2:56, and 3:19.
And did you tell her about the parents coming and why?
Yes, that was reported to me by a staff member.
So she knew?
I knew
Yes.
the parents were coming. I never saw the letter, and you didn't read it to me, so I didn't know what was in it.
No, she didn't see the letter. I know Mrs. Mendez did not come to the board office, so she didn't actually have the black
She
and
didn't
white.
see the letter, but did she understand that the attorney had sent the letter and that it said something that angered the parents?
Yes.
That it was blaming them?
Yes.
Well, I understood that they were probably upset about the letter, but I don't know what was in it, and we didn't read it.
I mean, with all due respect, Val, that's a little contradictory to what you were saying at the last meeting. I mean,
I understand that might
you
feel
know,
contradictory,
it
but I
does,
still
because,
don't know.
you know.
That's fine. I understand that, but I never read it. I don't know the words that were in the letter.
But you said you didn't even know about the letter the night of, right?
I didn't know what was in the letter. All I knew was that there was something floating around out there. I don't know what was in it, and I didn't know what was in it until we got here. So I felt, when I said I felt blindsided, which I did, because I didn't know why they felt shamed by the attorney, because I never knew it was in the letter.
I want to kind of go back to my original question and just a timeline that Mrs. McCormick just mentioned. She used words like parent rally, she followed the procedure, it was legal jargon. So here's where I'm having a little bit of a difficult time. You obviously drove to the board office and you mentioned that you had to get to work, so.
I was there for a committee meeting.
Right.
I was driving to a committee meeting.
Right.
Which I took time off of work to go to on tax day.
Right, we all do. But the point is, you went in to specifically ask and to kind of notify Mr. Ballone that there seems to be some concern around, and when you say parent rally, it's very different than parents coming, let me just finish my thought.
I apologize.
It's very different than parents are just coming to speak. You know, again, to me, that would just be like something happened in a school, parents were upset, that's where they're coming out to speak. But you specifically used the term parent rally that you found out about. You went to Mr. Ballone, but then you didn't get to the bottom of what was in that letter that was actually getting parents.
It was the legal jargon that they had served us with a tort claim and that our attorney wrote back.
But when you read the letters again,
okay, but when you read it, Mr. Ballone read a couple sentences to me.
So Mr. Ballone, did you read the piece that actually was contentious to Mrs. McCormick?
Again, I did address that at the last meeting. I remember reading the letter. Do I remember exactly which sentence I got to? I don't. but
Okay.
we basically talked about the gist of.
Do you remember me stopping you though mid like you don't remember reading the entire letter?
All right,
Yeah, this is
regardless
like
of
this
the
is- it's
yeah,
crazy.
this is
The reason why I wanted
This
to
is-
bring this to you tonight is because when we left the meeting, I personally, who sat across from Mr. Balone, and he told me to contact the board members who didn't know, I went home saying, why would he lie to me? Why would he not have told me? And I harbored a lot of thought over that. So then to find out that he actually did in fact do what he had said, and everybody kind of came here and said, well, I had no idea, but Mr. Balone did actually contact several times certain members of the board, it made that's where the fundamental breakdown of communication was. Not that I didn't tell you or Mr. Petruno
Right.
didn't tell you, but that everybody here denied ever knowing anything about a letter when
The
Mr.
night-
Balone
I didn't
did
deny
his due
it.
The night of that
Mrs.
meeting,
McCormick did deny it
everybody-
at the beginning,
No,
but then
no,
when
no, no, no.
Ms. Balomo came out and said she read it, that's when she said, I
And
read
I
it.
just
But
wanna say my-
initially, if you go back to the April
Everybody-
16th meeting, that is
Everybody was like a
exactly what
deer
was
in
said.
headlights that night.
So first of all,
Everybody
Ms.
was a
Balone-
deer in headlights when that
Yeah,
letter
and
came up.
my issue was not actually with any of the board members. My issue was that the attorney sent it without us seeing it. So when I said I felt blindsided, I did, because I didn't know that it shamed the family, which is what I said before.
I asked
My 3 conversations with Mr. Balone, we do talk frequently. I can't say in which one he said, hey, the parents are upset and they're coming out, and I know that, you know, I don't even remember at what point we had this discussion, but I know him and I spoke a few times that day about a variety of things. It was never, to me, that I knew what was in the letter. And again, my issue is
So-
with the attorney that sent it without any of us knowing. That is my main
and
issue
Then the
here.
information that Mr. Balone said was accurate. He said that when Danielle and I found out, we were found out under the notion that we were the last to find out, and that Sue was going to notify Chad because he was the third of the last 3 people to know.
Yep.
That was not the way it was presented on the evening that the parents were here, because everybody looked like a deer in headlights when.
And we're
Yes.
not, and I didn't open this up to blindside you. We did speak many times
Yeah.
with ample opportunity for you to say your own truth and timeline, and it just hadn't happened yet.
Yeah,
So
and I think we said we were going to talk about it today,
Yeah.
so I was okay. I don't feel that way at all.
that was not my
still,
intention, but
absolutely.
it
I
did
still to
harbor
this
a
day
lot of-
felt, I still to this day feel blindsided because I never physically read that letter before the family came up. Again, my main issue is not with fellow board members. My main issue was with the attorney sending it and creating that feeling by the family.
Right,
That's
I
where-
understand
for
that,
me.
but he's
I
gone
understand what
now,
you're saying.
and we still need to communicate. And what
Absolutely.
happened cannot happen again, because when Mr.
Ag-
Balone says something
agreed.
to me, I trust that it is what needs to be done.
Absolutely.
And it turns out that it actually was the right chain of command, but it was made to seem like it was not.
Yeah, and I think, and you're right, Danielle, 1,000% on that, about the chain of command, the breakdown in communication. I think the night of the 16th, everybody was upset, or for a million reasons, obviously. And I think that there was a huge breakdown in a variety of ways. One is that we never saw it. 2 is that who saw what did the words mean when I didn't know I did know. I didn't know what was in it versus I didn't know it existed, right? There were all those conversations that were happening for everybody, right? Calling board members. So I'm with you. I agree with you on the communication.
Can I just, so it happened again today, right? Aldo got an email, we didn't see it. Just gotta make a decision of what, do we wanna stop it in its tracks now and put
Hang on,
something in
wait,
place?
hang on. You don't start a sentence like that and then sway off topic when you just throw me under the bus. Let's clarify what you're
That's not
talking
your fault,
about.
you're not supposed to send emails
Okay.
to anybody, Aldo.
So let's
So
clarify
you're
what
not
you're
supposed to
talking
send
about.
No board member here should be forwarding emails to the full board on, that's not their job.
Yeah, but if there's an actionable item that's going to be on the agenda, if Mrs. Gandhi understood that she was sending it to the people who had asked for it, and Val was one of the recipients, just in that leadership role, it should then be sent out to the remaining board members, so nobody comes here more enlightened, let's say, than other members.
I agree 100%. So the choice is, do we leave it to, it's just gonna happen, or do we memorialize it? That's your choice.
Yeah, I think we can absolutely do that, but just maybe in a few less specifics than this, just establish a chain of command for email communications. And that way we can be more
More
cohesive.
importantly, I think there needs to be some kind of accountability for when it's not followed, because that's what's lacking here.
I just want to have one more question. Ms. McCormick, you just mentioned that you followed procedure when you found out about the parent rally. Can you just explain, like, what did you communicate to Mr. Ballone?
What I had heard, like I said, I keep calling it a parent rally, and I'll clarify because you asked before, but then we went off and got diverted. The only reason I called it a parent rally was because the community member called it a parent rally. So that's why I called it a parent rally. I went there and I asked him, I said, I just got a phone call that the parents are upset and they're forming a parent rally for tomorrow, or they're trying to get a parent rally for tomorrow. Why would they be upset? That was my communication to Mr. Ballone, and my communication to Ms. Mendez was the same thing. Heads up, I think tomorrow the parents are coming of this student. That was it. That was all I knew. That was all I knew.
So.
Oh, sorry, just one more thing, Aldo, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
And you mentioned that you didn't understand the legal jargon, so.
It's not that I didn't understand it. I didn't know that nobody was CC'd. I didn't know that they didn't talk about it prior. I didn't ask those questions. Am I wrong for not asking those questions? Maybe, but I didn't have the mindset of that.
Oh, no. I'm not faulting you for not asking those questions. I'm just saying.
I didn't have the mindset of that. I'll be honest. I was trying to be a good board member and alert Mr. Ballone, alert the president, and figure out why. So
I got to be honest. This is where I'm coming up short. It's that, and forgive me, Val. I think you're a lovely person, but this is two people that told you about it, and you still saying you didn't know. Like, I'm sorry. This is not.
Again, that's okay. Whether somebody likes me or not, that's fine.
Yeah, and please don't take it personally. But I think
there's no personal feelings here. But just to be clear, again, I know I said this when we spoke. To me, it's that, again, when I said I didn't know what the letter said. Again, I understand that something existed. My saying I didn't know what it said, which is why I felt blindsided. Yeah. So when the family came up and were obviously, rightfully so, very upset for a variety of reasons, I didn't know what was in the letter itself. I understand the letter existed. I didn't know what was in it. So that's where I came in. If my words on the 16th came off differently, and because it was an emotional evening, me saying I did not know what was in that letter.
And there was just there was another meeting in between as well where we had a chance to address it, and it wasn't addressed. And to put a bigger picture to it, we had a community, we had it in the community, there was concerns, obviously. We all felt that on the 16th. And as a board member, I'm sitting here saying, one of these two leaders lied to me, and I need to know who it is. So instead of us working as a team to address a community issue, we're sitting here saying, why was I lied to by one of two leaders? And that puts us as board members in a very defensive position. Mm-hmm. And that's not a position that you can be productive in. And then it did come to light, and I've been waiting for it to be addressed, and it still hadn't been addressed until, I had brought it up here. And like I had said, I was very upset that, Mr. Ballone would tell me one thing if it wasn't true, and then to find out that there was 3 phone calls, and it was in between when I was in there. So it was definitely a touch-base situation from the best of my knowledge to read the situation. It definitely doesn't sit well coming from that.
I mean, one of the phone calls you said it was 2 minutes after we left your office. I can't imagine you would have spoke about anything other than that, but I'm not gonna, I don't know, man. This is very disappointing. Again, honestly, this is just embarrassing.
Yeah, I think that at least everybody has a different way they're looking at it. For me, I did not read the letter, so that's the part where I'm struggling. When we talked briefly a couple of times that day, it was that the family was coming, and that's not unusual for parents to come out, and then that why are they upset could be about something that Mark said. Letter was never read to me. I did not know what was in it, and so that's where we stood. Again,
I think that would have been very easy to say meeting 1 instead of all of this runarounds for incohesiveness. It's that maybe you didn't understand, you didn't know what was in the letter, you're human, you went to work, you're a volunteer. All that stuff is totally understandable.
Even a mistake,
but
understandable.
This, to me.
But when I said I didn't know about the letter, I understand how the two of you were taking it. For me, when I said I didn't know about the letter, I did not know what was in it.
That's fine.
So,
we can move on from here.
well, I'm not moving on yet, so the part where I felt like I was blindsided, I was. The words in that letter, I've never heard, I didn't see, I don't stand behind, and I didn't authorize it being sent on my behalf. So I think we have differing opinions of what you think the words meant versus me, but that's my own take on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gross, if the board wanted to act on something like this, would this be a board policy or just a motion? What would that be?
I would think this certainly should be covered by policy. As a matter of fact, that's what I was
So,
saying, that you have a board policy already that talks about, especially to board attorney communications. There's a board policy that specifically addresses that. You certainly would then need to amend the current policy to address those things.
All right, then what I'll do is, because to take everyone's consideration into, I'll make a motion to put this through the board policy, to be considered through board policy, an action plan, and take it from there. And that's my motion.
Today?
What?
For today?
Board policy.
Yeah,
committee.
I think that would need to go first read, second read.
It is,
If
but do we have a second on Michael's motion? Danielle? Discussion? Roll call, Vinnie?
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Paloma?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Mountain out of a molehill.
Anything else under new business?
So I do, we don't have any policies up for first read. We have a special meeting next week. Can I bring this up next week? I think there's some things we haven't moved past in this meeting. I emailed everyone some recommendations on how we could rethink our policy committee, including looking at our policy providers, including how we are more transparent. A couple community members came up last week. I don't recall who, but brought the transparency issue up again. So I don't want to bring it up tonight, but it's all in your inboxes. I sent it on April 13th. I didn't bring it up on the 16th. So just have a read, take a look, and if we can be prepared to discuss it on Tuesday, that would be appreciative. Can we do that in a special meeting?
You could discuss it at the special
We
meeting.
just can't vote.
You can only vote on something that's on the agenda for the special.
That's okay. I think it deserves a discussion because it's lengthy, and then the next
Yeah,
meeting.
discussion is certainly appropriate, sure.
So let's do that, and then let's vote on it. So for tonight, I have it here, printouts. I'll give you a copy so you have a hard copy, and we'll move forward like that, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Good.
Thank you. Any other new business? Public comments? Anybody signed up?
Good evening, board members and administrators. Ms. Gandhi, those were phenomenal questions. I actually back you 100% with the questions that you brought in today. Ms. Mendez, I'll make this simple. You said that you never read the letter prior to that meeting. I'm with you. Why didn't you care to read it?
Are you done with your piece?
No.
Okay. Do you want to keep going? Wait, can you repeat your question to me, though?
Sure. Number one is, why didn't you care to read it if you knew that there is a very distressed family that is planning to come over here with a lot of noise and support to speak in front of the board? If I would have to imagine myself sitting in your seat, I wouldn't wait until Aldo and Danielle go and knock on Mr. Ballone's door. I would be breaking this door down to try to understand why and who spoke in my behalf and got a community in town upset in my behalf. Mr. Ballone, last time when we were here, you said that you received an email on Friday and you were CC'd on it. And I guess emails that you're CC'd on are not that important to take a look at. Well, you're getting paid quite a sum to look at emails that come in a CC version, especially when they come from an attorney. And between Friday and Tuesday's meeting, there was more than enough time for you to make sure that you do your job and read the entire letter to the president of the board. Mr. Mendez, you lied to the community life meeting when you said that you never knew about the letter. The first time, in the first meeting, you said you were emotional that meeting. I understand that. Last meeting, we were not that emotional. Again, I believe, if I remember correctly, you said that you only found out about that letter here during that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 things to answer you, Mr. Grant, about why didn't I read it and never knew about the letter. So to this day, just full honesty, I know we spoke a few times. I don't remember the words that were phrased to tell me about the letter that we spoke about. So I know we spoke that day. We speak quite frequently, myself, Mr. Lalansky, sometimes the board members throughout my workday. And that was the day of the 16th, right, which was the day of the board meeting. So I was in the office, and so I don't remember how it was framed. So I don't know, it didn't feel to me in the conversation when I heard a family was coming out and they were upset, and I don't know what part of the conversation and how it was phrased after, with full honesty of how it was framed to say, it's really important that you know this letter. So I don't really remember that piece, to be honest. I just don't. So when I said I didn't know about the letter, again, I know I said that before, I didn't know the content of the letter. So that's what I meant when I said that. I still don't remember the full conversation with Mr. Balone and how it was phrased. Not saying he didn't talk about it. I just honestly am working throughout the day, and if there was a 5-minute conversation and 2 minutes covered this piece, and could have been that I didn't understand how the severity of the letter, it could have not been framed up that way to me. That's really how I just didn't say, tell me everything in that letter, because I don't remember how it was phrased, and that's just the best I got. I just didn't know. Yes, you can ask a follow-up question. Absolutely.
Again, last meeting you said that you didn't know about a letter. Mm-hmm. You repeatedly said that. Mm-hmm. 2 meetings in a row. That's one.
That is true.
Number 2, the severity of this letter is a letter that is related to a potential harassment of a child in our school. That's severe. That's as severe as they come. And if an attorney tells you that we have a problem with parents who are coming over because the attorney did something wrong or we did something wrong, they receive a wrong letter, as the president of the board, it's your job to get up, drop everything you're doing, not at 2 o'clock at night like you say you're doing all the time. Drive to his office, find out what's in that letter, and address it with the entire board. That's your job.
Thank you. So again, I don't know how it was phrased to me on the phone. I don't even know how the attorney was mentioned, how the letter was mentioned. I don't remember that at all. And no, I can't drop everything in my work life and run to the board office. I don't have that kind of flexibility. I just don't. And so again, to me, I take everything very seriously in this board. Clearly, it matters to me. Maybe that's not the perception that you have, Mr. Grant, or some others have, but however it was framed to me, did not feel that way. So I don't even remember how it was referenced. I don't remember what was said. I really don't. I remember hearing that the parents were upset. The attorney piece, I don't recall. So I'm human and I'm working, and that's the best I got. And if you felt like I didn't handle something properly, then I don't know how else to phrase that.
I understand what you're saying here, and I don't want this to be any longer than it has to be, but in follow-up conversations and public comments, you allowed people to come up to the podium and discussion here and say to myself and Mr. Petruno, well, why didn't you tell the president? And at no time did you say, well, I did know from Mr. Balone. You allowed Mr. Balone to get, well, why would you tell her that Val knew when Val didn't know? And at no point in time did you say Val knew. Mr. Balone did tell me. And that's more of where I came from tonight, is that I've been waiting now 3 weeks or 2 weeks for you to say that it wasn't Mr. Balone who didn't contact you, it wasn't me who didn't contact you, that you did in fact know about the scenario, and at any point in time, you could have said that, the first meeting, the second meeting, and now all the way through to the third meeting in new comment. And that is the part that doesn't resonate with me.
Yeah, and I think what I did say, though, somewhere along the lines is that you did ask the question if I knew, and you asked the former attorney, and you asked Mr. Balone. So I appreciated that, and I had said, and they told you yes, that I've seen the letter, or Mark told you that I saw the letter. I get your point in what you're saying. Still to this day, I know we spoke. I still don't remember how the conversation went, and I don't remember any reference to what Mark said in the letter. That's just what I don't remember.
So you spoke to
ahead.
Mr. Balone 3 times in the
Yes, but
span
we
of the
talked
2
throughout the days.
But you
often.
didn't talk about what was transpiring that night.
We did.
So
We
then
talked about what was transpiring. We did not talk about the contents of this letter.
When I sat at this meeting and community members and board members said, well, why didn't you tell Mrs. Mendez? You never felt like it was the time to say, I actually did know Mr. Balone had mentioned the letter to me?
I didn't know what was in the letter.
But we didn't ask about what was in it. We said,
Can I continue public comment?
Yeah, well, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Can I
Ms.
actually just
Deckerman.
respond to one thing that Mr. Grant said? Sorry, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Grant. I know you speak for the community, and this is precisely the reason why I suggested that motion, because I think, just like you, there are other committee members that want to know what happened, so.
Hi, Irene Deckerman, Marlboro, New Jersey. I'm sorry, but this is absolutely ridiculous that we're on week 3 of discussing who said what, she said this, whatever. This is not the most important issue in our district, and I understand that there was a communication breakdown, and in all honesty, I think that you guys just need to get together internally and do a postmortem and figure out a good path forward and a good policy for going forward with the way that we communicate. I don't think that we need to pay any kind of outside consulting firm or anything to do that. I don't think that we need a Board of Ethics from Marlboro to do that, because the mayor has on multiple occasions said that he doesn't want to be involved with anything having to do with the school board. We elected all of you, and we trust that you can work it out between yourselves and provide some kind of a policy for how this is going to move forward. And I'm sorry, this is just taking away from the focus of other really important things going on, such as the education in the district. And I'm worried about the lawsuit that's coming. I'm worried that the teacher is going to retaliate with another lawsuit. What happened with the resignation or the firing of this teacher? I don't know what's going on with that. And I'm sorry, as a community member, those things are more important to me than you guys bickering over who said what, who saw the letter first. In all honesty, I don't care. A child was harmed. That's the most important thing. We need to work together to figure out how better to move forward in case, God forbid, something drastic happens again. And I don't know. Sorry, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Does anybody else want to speak?
Can I just respond real quick?
Oh, go ahead, yes.
Those issues are paramount that you spoke of, but it starts and ends with transparency. And if we can't be honest amongst ourselves, then how can we be honest to a community?
And I want to echo that statement too, because I feel that if we don't know where the breakdown was, and again, it doesn't have to happen in a public setting, but if we don't understand and investigate where the breakdown was, we're not going to be able to address it, God forbid, if this happens again. So that's the reason why it is super important to understand where the breakdown took place.
Sorry, I can reply, right? I don't disagree, but like in any corporation, when something happens or a mistake was made or a big issue arises, you have an internal postmortem, you figure it out, what happened, and you provide a plan going forward for if something happens again.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Correct. That's precisely the reason this investigation, looking into it, and again, I know we did a lot of things right, but we also did things wrong. And that's what we need to take a look at. We're all come from a corporate setting, so we're very familiar with what you just mentioned. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen or Ms. Bono, whoever was going next.
Hi there, Brian Cohen, Marlboro. You know, just a few thoughts, Mr. Lolansky, on your motion. Excellent, and thank you. I was actually surprised that this doesn't exist already. I don't know how this board and prior boards have actually operated without a policy that, or a position or a motion on protocols of communication. And you know, while this may be the first time it's happened here in Marlboro, it will not be the last. So it's about time that you had that type of protocol and policies in place for how you should handle this. You know, what's amazing is that it should have been part of a crisis management plan, and if you don't have one, then you need one, because this is all part of how you handle emergencies. Ms. Gandhi, transparency matters. Independent reviews matter. You don't trust each other. You need to have an independent review. Board members need to welcome your approach versus fear findings and outcomes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our town deserves to know what happened, and we have a right to know what processes and roles are in place. Future boards need to benefit from what's learned. You may not be able to do something now, but your future boards need to be able to learn from this. Time matters. We need to know now or in the near future. Elections are coming, and your memories fail, but the town won't when it comes time to go to that booth. Mr. Petruno, your inquiries regarding the information you seek suggest that you are in full agreement with Ms. Gandhi and what her intent is for the underlying motion. The community should anticipate and count on your endorsement, at least in theory, to the underlying purpose and what she's hoping to accomplish. Mr. Lolansky, I listened carefully to your comments about Ms. Gandhi's motion. I beg to differ. There is a difference. Hers is not about trying to figure out what happened, but hers is an introspective review that can make recommendations to improve and prevent future boards from making the same or different mistakes, but they need to know. And that is different from how you characterized it. You all embraced, finally, Mr. Lolansky's motion, which quite frankly also had a lot of words. And in that respect, I really would like to see you go back and really rethink whether or not you want to take action tonight on Ms. Gandhi's motion, because clearly there needs to be something done. People need to know, and they want to see it done. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, I do agree. Thank you for your comments, first off. But I am in agreement with what Aditi is looking for. So, like I said, I'm not opposed to it. I just need to digest what's there. That being said, I said that earlier. I have no problem repeating it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I do deserve a grand entrance, just saying. Good evening, Ms. Mendez, Mr. Ballone, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. Gross. Nice to have you with us. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of Mrs. Green and Mrs. Olsch. Mrs. Green joined our school community 11 years ago in the last 5 years, more specifically at Robertsville, where she entered a year and within 6 months, the world shut down. The pandemic hit. She had to navigate a new building with 500 kids, a new staff, through a pandemic where nobody knew what was going to happen because the world was upside down. She handled the situation with grace, with empathy, with compassion. She truly has led our staff prioritizing family and student involvement, and an active member of our school community, and I'd like to thank her for her dedication for the past 5 years. In addition, even though it was a late addition to the board agenda tonight, and I understand Mr. Bloom will be speaking at the next meeting, I don't know if I can attend, I'd like to speak on behalf of Mrs. Olsch, who has worked in our district for the past 12 years as an instructional assistant, working with our most challenging students in the district, handling them with care and compassion. She is a smiling face in the morning. She diffuses difficult situations. She also has stepped in as she holds her certification as an educator and filled in as long-term sub-positions. I wish her a fabulous retirement with her husband, Brian, as she enjoys traveling the world, visiting wineries, spending time with her children, and Mrs. Green on the golf course and in Florida. May they enjoy everything, because as you know, as a board, this past academic year for the Robertsville community has been quite a challenging one. We have had personal loss, we have had the loss of a staff member, of a child, of illnesses, and especially a former student and so I wish them both a fabulous, carefree retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Motion to close public comments. Second, Aditi. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, public comments is closed. Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exceptions prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege and personnel matters. It is anticipated that the length of this executive session will be approximately 60 minutes and that action may be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, moving to executive session.